understand what their reservations are. That is the problem.
Journalist KV Brijesh Pandey this side. I hope you're getting my voice. I will ask you the same question which I asked Tushar. What is the strategy of the government at play here? Because, they don't have the number, and the numbers are not like, they are 10, 15, 20 short. You are almost 70 votes, votes short. So what is the government strategy here? Like, if the bill gets defeated on the floor of the House, then use it to bandy opposition parties as anti-women, or is there a larger thing at play?
Well, as it appears evident, the fact that we have been hearing this since yesterday during the debate, that members from the governing coalition have been maintaining that if you defeat the bill, you will be, the women of India will not forgive you. That's the standard thing. And of course, if you remember what the Prime Minister told the House yesterday, that if we all pass this bill, everybody gets the credit, nobody shares it, everybody has it. If you don't, and then you make some historical references that having those who voted against the bill in the past or did acts which not allowed the bill to pass had suffered politically, well, that could be a statement that can be contested on various issues by political parties. Let's see that aside. I think for the simple calculation, whatever I see as a political observer, I think the Bharatiya Janata Party-led government made this calculation whatever it wants to. But they made one thing very sure, they got the entire India bloc on one side. Unwittingly or wittingly, I have no idea. The entire stands is united.
I would just like to ask you to wait for a minute because, Prime Minister has...
Brijesh, I have a question for you. This is a big breaking news, Brijesh, what I want to really know from you is, and Mr. Prasad, you stay with me also. Varghese is also with us. It's a breaking news that is happening. Why has Prime Minister decided to tweet? Is he trying to give a message that, we are not going to bend down, we're going to stay put on this, whether we have the numbers or not, but we want to drive home the message that we are for the women reservation bill and the opposition parties are not doing their job. What is the message? How do you decode that, Brijesh?
Is that, what we've been given to understand is that, earlier, early morning, there have been several source-based news which had started emanating that the government is having a rethink on the bill and they may drop the women reservation bill but go ahead with the delimitation bill. Now, I think what has happened or the reality is dawned on the government that if they are seen in two minds on this particular bill or if they are seen as differing on this particular bill, the real message will be lost and they will end up becoming a joke as far as getting this special session convened and then backing out of the promised date. And I think, the Prime Minister understood this and this is the reason why in series of tweets, I think he has just posted his second tweet on this particular issue on social media platform X, and then they are going to go ahead with voting because, what the Prime Minister said yesterday is what this is the real strategy of the BJP, that if you defeat this bill on the floor of the House, the BJP will go hammer and tong against the opposition parties saying that they are anti-women, they do not want women to succeed, and this is the reason why they're doing it. This is the reason why, these two tweets are making it very, very clear that the Prime Minister is not thinking of going back and having any kind of, side talk as far as this bill is concerned.
Varghese, you tell me one thing. Do you think that the women issue is not resonating in South? Do you think that the delimitation as an issue is more powerful than women's issue in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu?
It is the delimitation issue that has in fact become the core of concern among all the southern states, because the women issue, they are all in agreement. The parties they say that they are in agreement. But what comes after the women's issue is the delimitation factor. And for that, southern states are worried that the 23% of hold that they have in the current 543 seats would be reduced to around 20%, though they've been talking about formulas like 50%. So the issue is about delimitation in the south than it is about the women-centric reservation, because in the south they do have an in-quota quota in which political parties themselves try to push in a lot of women candidates. So they do not have an issue of women representation in the south to an extent. But here when it comes to north, though it is being pushed as that, the delimitation factor is also a concern where, like Shashi Tharoor was saying, it is the Lok Sabha that is going to decide on a lot of things than to the Rajya Sabha, because nobody is talking about increase in Rajya Sabha seats as well. It's only about the Lok Sabha, and therefore the power shift from north and south. So this is being touted as a possible issue. So it is two different, in fact, geographically the bills are being viewed in two different aspects, as you rightly pointed out. the women's issue probably in the north and in the eastern regions, while it is mostly about delimitation in the south.
Mr. Prasad, I think it's very rare on part of this government to have two views. What, in your opinion, made them introduce this bill knowing very well that they didn't have numbers in Lok Sabha?
Well, I think two things are clear. One, just want a quick comment on what you said, the Prime Minister's tweets do indicate that their government has clearly, they are not throwing in the towel. That's what indicates. They want to go for the crunch, take the number, and then say what they want to say. That's one. Number two, because it will also pain them that they have not thought through the whole process. And the fact that they combined the bills yesterday on the floor of the House asking for a single, I think that came after the India bloc did say that we are going to vote against the delimitation and vote for the women's reservation. That, I think, made the crunch, and they kind of moved the resolution in the House to wanting under the rule to combine it. So look at a classic case which came out yesterday night. There's an anomaly which some point of time some legal trade will answer. You notify the act much after you move the amendment in the House. I mean, this was a very kind of a different situation. I don't recall. They have not even notified the 2023 Act in the Gazette of India, and you're already got to introduce an amendment in the House. And this is where I feel
KV, it's about the shifting of goalposts, and I'm opening this, this tangent to all my colleagues, Varghese, Brijesh and you. Brijesh, is it because of the fact that they think that they have, run out of Mandal 2.0 politics, which they excelled in 2017 UP Lok Sabha elections, where they got all the smaller OBC groups and made them vote like non-Yadav versus Yadav, similarly in many other states. And now they feel that, they need some sort of a different politics. 370 is done, Ram Temple is done, UCC is done, the Pakistan position that they have taken is done. Those Galwan operations, successful, operations against Chinese are done. What next? No agenda. And this has been an agenda government.
Well, I think, 6 days are slightly too less to drive home the point. If this was done, say, a month back, I would have understood that, a month is a good enough time for you to, drive home the point that, this government is for the women, by the women, as BJP are saying. And they would want to appeal to the better conscience of the 50% of your entire electorate. I think, but 6 days is too less a time. And, the opposition indeed has a point. Yesterday when the Prime Minister and, Amit Shah laid a lot of emphasis on how the government is committed and will make sure that there is no, injustice meted out to southern states, as it was one of the paramount fear of the southern states. The fact of the matter is that the opposition also had a very valid card, a counter, by saying that in 2023 we agreed, everyone agreed, and we voted for it. So, what is the hurry? And that is one point which the government has not been able to answer satisfactorily. The fact is, but what KV was saying is something, the fact that, the 2023 women reservation bill was notified last evening, late last evening, and then the reason is that if this particular bill falls on the floor of the House, then that gets infructuous. So there are various issues there, and I think the real agenda would be that if the BJP is able to push through this particular bill, then it's everything goes for the Bharatiya Janata Party led NDA government. But even if they fail, the strategy, the counter strategy would be, to the best of my understanding of the situation, would be to portray or paint the opposition as anti-women.
But how? I mean,
your perspective. Why Tamil Nadu? Why not Kerala? On the delimitation, why Stalin has the lead?
Because Stalin historically has been fighting against delimitation, and Kerala has just come out of the an election process, so probably it is still in a political kind of a situation where, but the CPM had, when Pinarayi had in fact held meetings with other chief ministers and had raised about issues regarding delimitation. Revanth Reddy has in fact brought in the Telangana aspect of it, and in Karnataka, Siddaramaiah also has in fact brought in this aspect key with regard to it. So it's not that none of them have not taken a lead, but DMK has historically been speaking about delimitation even much before 2 to 3 years before the issue, as we see it, has come to light. Now, there are several factors to it, and as being said, if the opposition, can it be completely painted as whether they are against women is a question mark, because
Prime Minister has come.
Prime Minister
has walked inside Lok Sabha. Smita Mishra is also online, senior journalist. Smita, tell me what's happening. I mean to say, this, the whole midnight thing took place. Your assessment,
Yeah, so I think it's quite clear what is happening. Going by what almost all the opposition parties have spoken on the floor, it appears that they are not inclined to support the bill in this form. And as everybody knows, ending that it should be passed, women reservation should be implemented, but based on the current status of the Lok Sabha and assemblies, for which the government has given a very clear rationale that because people have been complaining that this will take away their share, so there should be, we have increased the seats by 50% so that nobody is deprived of their share, but women also get their fair share. Now, coming to the numbers game, Kartikeya, I think considering the stance taken by almost all the opposition parties on the floor, it appears that there could be a shortfall of a good number of seats. The current arithmetic says the shortfall could be somewhere between 66 and 67 seats, so which is not a small number. So even if some people abstain or one or two small groups do turn in favor, it could be challenging. Under the circumstances, I think the government has the option to send it to a committee, but that will defeat the entire purpose of bringing this legislation, because if women's quota has to be implemented in 2029 Lok Sabha, we must set the process on very quickly. So it defeats the purpose by sending it to another committee where it can go on, getting prolonged. The other option is that the government will let it fall. In that sense, it will be a sad situation because this should have been done. This was a historic moment to get it done. But the government will have the political argument to go to the people's court and say that, look, we made the sincerest effort not only to pass women's bill but also to make it quicker. So instead of the next census, it would be implemented in the coming Lok Sabha 2029. So these are the two possibilities I see, Kartikeya. As you know, the old 2023 bill that had already been passed and was gazetted has been re-gazetted late last evening. So one constitutional situation that the government has found an alternative is that now that bill at least will not fall. In the sense, if today's 131 amendment
is
bill
not
falls,
confident of getting this bill through today, it means that the government is not confident.
I think the government is just keeping all its options open so that in any case, women's quota can be implemented if the parties do not come round in this for this 131.
Okay, Mr. Prasad, what's your assessment? So either way, are we going to see women quota reservation if this doesn't happen, the previous one gets implemented? Are we talking about that? Is that the possibility?
As I said, there is a legal involved. The Act of 2022 is passed to the amendment. So the amendment is defeated.
I think there's a bit of a problem in your audio line. KV will try to fix that. Brijesh, your assessment?
Please repeat the question.
Brijesh, are we looking at a possibility where this bill falls and the government, goes back to the drawing table? Or do you think that if this bill falls, the government will implement the previous bill?
Well, I think, if this bill falls, then the government, the reason why the previous bill was notified, and it was surprising that it took them 3 years to notify is, I think then if this bill falls, then they will go back to the previous bill. That is the consideration which I think stands right now. Because if there is if the government is planning to go back to the drawing board as far as this particular bill is concerned, at least no info about that particular aspect is available with us right now.
Okay, Smita, can that bill be implemented without delimitation, the previous one?
No, that bill had that bill had the clause within the bill that it would come after the next census and the following delimitation, which means the census that has just now got off, the census that has just started. So it will mean a delimitation going by the format of the form in which the bill was passed in 2023. So yes, it will be like a step back because it will not be possible to implement it right away. Whereas if the
Basically,
131...
Smita, you're basically saying that for women reservation bill to happen, there has to be a census and there has to be a delimitation.
If the 2023 bill has to be implemented, but if the 131 amendment which is on the floor now, if that is amended, it would be done in 2029. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So basically the real issue is if the amendments fall through, the previous bill remains alive, but then the government will have to. Okay, let's cut across to Parliament. These are the visuals that are coming from the Parliament. Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi has come. I think he's expected to speak soon. Brijesh, so the voting goes ahead?
Well, absolutely. I think voting goes ahead, and the BJP has understood that, though the numbers are not in favor, I think they are more dependent now on the political messaging of this defeat on the floor of the House, and that is the big strategy as far as the government is concerned. Yes, as Smita was saying, that if the 2023 bill is to be implemented, you have to wait for the census to take place.
Yes.
And only after that delimitation can be done, and post that the women reservation bill will be applicable if today the government is not able to get the
I need to stop you for a minute. Hema Malini is speaking in Lok Sabha.
वाले उन पीढ़ियों की बेटियों की हिम्मत विश्वास दिलाना है कि वो भी निर्णय और भागीदार बन सकती है, अपने सपनों को साकार कर सकती है। ये आज का ये जो बिल जो है, ये केवल एक कानून ही नहीं बल्कि नए युग का एक स्वागत कर रहे हैं, सम्मान, समानता और एम्पावरमेंट के युग का। मैं आज इस सदन में गर्व के साथ कह सकती हूं कि 2014 में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब प्रधानमंत्री बने, महिला सम्मान और सशक्तिकरण सरकार की नीतियों का प्रमुख हिस्सा रहा है। सरकार ने केवल महिलाओं के लिए कई योजनाएं, कानून बनाए हैं जिनका उद्देश्य सुरक्षा, शिक्षा, आर्थिक स्वतंत्रता और सामाजिक सम्मान बढ़ाना है। बेटी बचाओ, बेटी पढ़ाओ, उज्ज्वला योजना, मातृवंदना योजना, स्वच्छ भारत मिशन, मिशन शक्ति, जन धन योजना, मुद्रा योजना, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, लखपति दीदी योजना, नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना, नारी वंदन अभिनंदन, इन सभी प्रमुख उदाहरण थे। मैं कह सकती हूं कि सरकार ने इस उद्देश्य के साथ उन्होंने किया कि योजनाएं लाना और कानून बनाना ही नहीं बल्कि उसके साकार भी किया है, और परिवर्तन आज भी हम हर क्षेत्र में देख सकते हैं। आज महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में अग्रणी हैं, चाहे शिक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, खेल का क्षेत्र हो, विज्ञान का क्षेत्र हो, सैन्य क्षेत्र का हो, उद्योग का हो, राजनीति हो, हमारी महिलाएं हर क्षेत्र में ऊंचाई को छू रही हैं। आज पृथ्वी से लेकर अंतरिक्ष तक कोई भी ऐसा स्थान नहीं है जहां महिलाएं नहीं पहुंची हैं। आज की महिलाएं हर जगह सफलता के झंडा गाड़ रही हैं। आज की महिला रॉकेट चला रही हैं, फाइटर प्लेन चला रही हैं, मेट्रो चला रही हैं। तो वहीं राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी और हमारे वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी अपने नेतृत्व से देश को नई दिशा दे रही हैं। ये सब संभव हुआ है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की सोच से, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के संकल्प से और हमारी महिलाओं के साहस और सामर्थ्य से। मैं एक कलाकार हूं, मुझे बहुत ही गर्व है कि मैं सांसद होने के साथ साथ एक अभिनेत्री भी हूं और कला जगत से भी मैं उसके रिप्रेजेंटेट करती हूं। मैं बहुत संघर्ष और मेहनत के साथ काम करके मैंने मेरी अपनी पहचान बनाई हूं, जिसके कारण आज मुझे इस सांसद में खड़े होकर आप सबके सामने बोलने का अवसर भी मिल रहा है। मुझे एक जमाना था जब फिल्म बनाने शुरू किया था, उन दिनों में लड़कियां फिल्मों में नहीं आ रही थी, तो पुरुष ही लड़कियों का भेष पहनकर वो एक्टिंग करते थे लड़कियों का। वो जमाना गया जब से हमारी मीना कुमारी, मधुबाला, नरगिस जैसे बहुत ही सुंदर नारियां फिल्म जगत में आने लगी, तो ये उन बाकी सभी महिलाओं को प्रोत्साहित किया, तभी बहुत सारे लोग फिल्मों में ज्वाइन किया। ऐसे ही संगीत जगत में भी हमारे देश का जो गौरव है, लता मंगेशकर जी और आशा भोंसले जी जैसे महान कलाकार बहुत ही संघर्ष करके बचपन से वो ऐसे एक स्थान को हासिल किया है, आज पूरा देश उनको नमन करता है। और उन्होंने भी बहुत संघर्ष किया, जिसकी वजह से संगीत जगत में भी आप देख सकते हैं बहुत सारी लड़कियां फिल्मों में गाना गा रही हैं। आज मैं बहुत हाल ही में आशा जी का निधन हुआ है, तो मैं उनको विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करना चाहती हूं, आशा भोंसले जी का। कुछ दशक पहले मैं भी जब फिल्मों में आई थी तो मुझे भी एक फिल्म, मेरी पहली फिल्म थी सपनों का सौदागर, उसमें भी मैंने एक बंजारन का रोल किया था, वो भी आत्मनिर्भर, सेल्फ रिलायंट, सेल्फ इंडिपेंडेंट रोल किया था फर्स्ट फिल्म में। उसके बाद सीता और गीता, आप मालूम है गीता का रोल कैसा था, और ऑफ कोर्स बसंती का रोल शोले में, तो टांगे चलाकर वो अपना जीवन यापन करने लगी। ऐसे आत्मनिर्भर वाली कैरेक्टर्स बहुत किया मैंने, जिसकी वजह से हमारे ग्रामीण महिलाओं को भी बहुत ही प्रोत्साहित मिला, वो लोग भी बहुत आगे बढ़ने लगी। इसके अलावा मैंने पुलिस इंस्पेक्टर का भी रोल किया, उससे भी बहुत इफेक्ट हुआ है। और इसके अलावा मैं एक और चीज कहना चाहूंगी, हमारे क्लासिकल डांस इंस्टीट्यूट में बहुत बड़ा नाम है रुक्मिणी अरुंडेल का नाम, जिन्होंने चेन्नई में बहुत बड़ा एक कला क्षेत्र उन्होंने स्थापित किया। एक जमाना था जहां पे मंदिरों में डांस किया करते थे सिर्फ देवदासी लोग, बाकी बड़े घर की लड़कियां डांस नहीं सीखते थे, उसे अच्छा नहीं माना जाता था। तो लेकिन रुक्मिणी अरुंडेल जी ने इतना प्रोत्साहित किया और आगे बढ़कर बहुत सारे लड़कियों को उन्होंने प्रोत्साहित करके स्टेज पर भी वो लोग आज भरतनाट्यम करते हैं। और एक रुक्मिणी देवी अरुंडेल ने प्रेरणा लेकर महिलाएं नृत्य के क्षेत्र में आगे आई। आज शास्त्रीय नृत्य कला को, डिवाइन आर्ट और नृत्यांगना को सम्मान की दृष्टि से समाज में देखा जाता है। माननीय अध्यक्ष, 73rd कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट और 74th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट द्वारा महिलाओं के लिए कम से कम 33% आरक्षण अनिवार्य किया गया है। बाद में कई राज्यों ने इसे बढ़ाकर 50% कर दिया है। पहले स्थानीय शासन में महिलाओं की उपस्थिति बहुत कम थी, अब वो सरपंच, पार्षद और मेयर के रूप में सक्रिय हैं और बहुत बढ़िया काम कर रही हैं हर क्षेत्र में। इससे जल, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, स्वच्छता जैसे मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिली जो सीधे आम जीवन से जुड़े हैं। 50% महिला आरक्षण ने स्थानीय शासन को अधिक समावेशी, संवेदनशील और प्रभावशाली बनाया है। ये केवल महिलाओं के लिए अवसर नहीं बल्कि पूरे समाज के लोकतांत्रिक विकास की दिशा में एक क्रांतिकारी कदम रहा है। लेकिन संसद और विधानसभा में अभी भी महिलाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व बहुत कम है। संसद में 15% और विधानसभा में 10% से भी कम है।
मैडम काइंडली कंक्लूड मैडम।
कभी कभी ये पूरा करने के लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने 2023 में नारी शक्ति वंदन अधिनियम लाया और अब वो संविधान संशोधन लाया गया है ताकि संसद, विधानसभाओं में महिलाओं को 33% आरक्षण दिया जा सके। इसको लोकसभा की सीट भी बढ़ाई जा सकती है। इसमें सभी जाति, सभी धर्म और सभी क्षेत्र की महिलाओं को अवसर दिया जाएगा, कोई भेदभाव नहीं है। ये बात मैं विपक्ष को जो मांग रहे हैं उनके लिए मैं कह रही हूँ। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नरेंद्र मोदी जी ही ये संभव कर सकते हैं। उन्होंने अपने संकल्प से ये संभव किया है। मैं उन्हें बार बार नमन करती हूँ।
प्लीज कंक्लूड मैडम।
मैं आज इस सदन में उन अनगिनत महिलाओं की ओर से कहना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने कभी सांसद देखा भी नहीं है, लेकिन अपने घर और समाज के लिए हर दिन संघर्ष किया। जिनकी आवाज कभी इस सदन तक नहीं पहुंच पाई, ये बिल उनके लिए है, उनकी आशाओं के लिए है, उनके अधिकारों के लिए है।
माननीय श्री
ये बिल बेटी के लिए है, अपने गांव से निकलकर देश की सेवा करना चाहते हैं जो। ये विधेयक उस मां के लिए है जो अपने बच्चों के बेहतर भविष्य का सपना देख रही है। ये बिल जो है उस हर महिला के लिए है जो अपनी पहचान, सम्मान के लिए लड़ रही हैं। लेकिन मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगी कि महिला सशक्तिकरण केवल कानून बनाने से नहीं होगा, हमें समाज की सोच बदलनी होगी, हमें बेटियों को बराबर अवसर देना होगा, हमें परिवार और समाज में सम्मान देना होगा।
मैम, I call the next speaker. Kindly conclude, मैम।
हर क्षेत्र में महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़े, महिलाएं आगे बढ़े, आत्मनिर्भर बने, यही
मैडम काइंडली कंक्लूड मैडम
है। और मैं
प्लीज कंक्लूड मैडम, प्लीज कंक्लूड।
अंत में मैं आपके माध्यम से सदन के सभी साथियों से अनुरोध करती हूं कि हम सभी दलगत राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर इस बिल का समर्थन करें, यही मेरी मांग है।
माननीय श्री आनंद भदौड़िया जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति जी। मैं सबसे पहले मेरे नेता समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के द्वारा इस सदन में रखी गई बातों से अपने आप को संबद्ध करता हूं। साथ ही साथ संविधान के 131वें संशोधन का पुरजोर विरोध करता हूं। हास्यास्पद ये है सभापति जी, जो महिला आरक्षण बिल
This is India's #1 news network and you're watching News9 English news as it
कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए। देश के #1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं, बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Sometimes I'm confused, sometimes distracted. Still, I chase my dreams. I raise my voice for what I believe in. Winning at life is my habit. Yes. My life is in my hands.
Senco presents Bangal Utsav.
After a blockbuster first season, where corporate giants and industry leaders ruled the court, TV9 Network presents the ultimate corporate badminton championship season 2. A battle of skill, speed and supremacy with a massive 5 lakh rupee prize pool across categories at Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy, Gachibowli, Hyderabad from the 15th to the 17th May 2026. The court is set. Let the battles begin. Catch the action only on TV9 Network. To register, log on to www.tv9x.com.
Associate sponsor KL Deemed to be University. Venue partner Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
This is India's #1 news network and you're watching News9 English news as it should be.
Welcome back. Now, actor Jacqueline Fernandez has sought to turn approver in the 215 crore money laundering case linked to Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Now, from June 2020 to May 2021, conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar used some mobile applications and voice modulation software which were made several calls to Aditi Singh, who was wife of former Ranbaxy owner Shivendra Singh, who is in jail. Now, Sukesh posing as an officer, sometimes as law secretary, home secretary, representative of the home minister and representative of Prime Minister's office, extorted rupees 215 crore from Aditi on the pretext of helping her husband get out of jail. This particular case, which has been going on for quite some time, the matter of proceeds of the crime were also in fact listed, and Jacqueline was asked to appear in court regarding this extortion. And now it has been said that the actor has decided to in fact ensure that she would turn approver in this particular case. Now, the case had seen several appearances by the actor whenever called, and it resulted in the question being put forward whether she would turn as approver or not. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has termed the TCS Nashik case a very serious, saying that the state government is taking the matter with utmost urgency. Speaking on issues, Fadnavis said that an operational module was involved in the case, indicating a possible organized angle behind the incident. He added that the authorities are currently probing the matter in detail and all necessary action will be taken as per law. The Chief Minister's remarks comes amid ongoing investigation into the TCS Nashik case, which has triggered concern in the state administration.
मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे। इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी।
The Tata Consultancy Services Nashik case is gaining more and more attention, with a former employee now raising concerns about the work environment at the company's Nashik office. The employee alleged that some team leaders abused their authority and created a harmful workplace environment for the female staff. The report by the NDTV added that the employee claimed that the desks meant for the official work were used to mentally and morally exploit the female employees. The employee alleged that accused used vulgar language when calling women to the team leaders' desk. Talking to NDTV, the former employee said that all the accused, especially their manner of communication, were completely vulgar. Girls were called to the TL desk and subject to obscene language, unimaginable in any professional or commercial office. The employee also alleged that one of the main individuals, Tausif Attar, made offensive remarks about the Hindu religious practices. She added that during the Hindu festivals, when female staff wore traditional dress, they were mocked at and questions raised about their attire. Talking to NDTV, the employee said that whenever the Hindu girls used to wear their traditional dresses on the festivals, the TLs would mock them and make remarks about their attire. The employee also said that a colleague named Krishna, who used to sport a Rudraksh, was converted to Islam later. The ex-employee alleged that strict guidelines were enforced inside the office in the name of security. Employees were allegedly instructed to leave their phones, bags and even lunch boxes outside the work floor, a move she claimed was aimed to ensure that any questionable activities went undocumented. The employee also said that two other staff members, Danish and Raza, allegedly arranged weekend trips by booking hotels and resorts from the office. She alleged that young women staffers were pressured to join these.
अंगूठे में लग गए थे। Thank you, Speaker sir, for letting me speak on a very important topic. Women are a central force, a driving force in our national imagination, in our national perspective. All of us, every single one in this room, has been influenced, taught, learned a lot from women in their lives. Mothers, sisters, wives. As Rijiju ji said, of course, Prime Minister and myself don't have that wife issue. So we don't get that input, but we have our mothers and our sisters. Yesterday, I was watching my sister achieve something that, in 5 minutes, achieve something that I have not been able to do in maybe 20 years of my political career, which was to make Mr. Amit Shah ji smile. There's something that I also need to practice and learn, and I was feeling very proud as an older brother as she was doing that, delivering the speech in a way that is different than mine, of course. I remember when I was a little boy, I used to be very scared of the darkness. And we used to have this huge dog who used to attack my sister and me all the time. So we were very scared of going out into the garden at night. We were scared of the dog. And one day my grandmother somehow found out about this. And I'm saying this because this was one of the most powerful lessons taught to me in my life by a woman, a grandmother. And my parents had gone out for dinner. And she came, she caught my hand, I still remember, and she took me out into the garden. Dark garden at night, no lights. No, government houses have big gardens, quite a big garden. And she took me there and she left me. She said, now you stay here, don't move. And she left. And I watched my grandmother. I remember she was wearing a yellowish sari. I watched her go away. और मेरी मतलब हवा निकल गई कि मतलब आज तो मैं गया. I didn't have the courage to tell my grandmother that, you know, I don't want to stay here, so I stayed. And she went away. She went away probably for 1 or 2 minutes. But for me it was like 2-3 hours. I was imagining the dog coming to bite me. I was imagining ghosts. I was imagining snakes. I was imagining everything. And then after some time, I remember my legs were even shaking a little bit, and then I saw my grandmother come. And she came and she asked me, so what are you scared of? So I said, you know, Dadi, I'm scared of that dog. I don't know that he might come and bite me. I'm scared of somebody being in the garden that I don't know. I'm scared of bats. I'm scared of snakes. I'm scared of things I can't see. And she says, no, Rahul, you're not scared of all those things. You're not scared of the darkness. You're not scared of the dog. You're not scared of the bats. You're only scared of your mind. You're only scared of your imagination and what you are thinking. And then she said that, you know, you should not be scared of the darkness, because the truth most often is in the darkness. And if you do not have the courage to face your fear, you do not have the courage to go into darkness, you will not be able to understand the truth. You will not be able to fight for the truth. This is one of the biggest lessons in my life. I use it, it's a political lesson. I didn't realize then. Now as I get older, I realize it was not only a political lesson, more fundamentally it was a religious lesson. I didn't understand then, and what she was saying to me was that Satyam Shivam Sundaram. That's what she was saying. She said that I want you to be able to go into the darkness. I want you to be able to go where you're scared. And I want you to see what the truth looks like. And later I realized, my God, by taking me into the garden, she was explaining Shiva to me. She was explaining the central tenet of our religion. She was explaining Satya to me. And in many ways, she was explaining Ahimsa to me. And she said to me, I remember that, listen, truth is painful sometimes. Don't worry about it. Deal with it. And there are some truths that need to be told here today in this house. The first truth is that this is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Using and hiding behind India's women. And actually it is a shameful act. Because instead of giving them women's reservation, which is very easy to do, and every single opposition person will support it right now, bring that old bill back right now, and we will help you pass it for implementation from this second. Now, that is the women's bill. This is something else. And the truth needs to be told about what this is. There is a central truth in India's history, in India's past and present. And I have become more and more and more aware of this truth. And that is the brutal, cruel, unforgiving treatment of the OBC community, of the Dalit community, and other communities, minorities and women. And this is a historical fact. This need not be argued here. Everybody knows how Indian society treated OBCs, treated Dalits, what was done to them, what was done to their women, what they were allowed to do, what they were not allowed to do, how they were blinded when they read certain documents, how metal was poured into their ears when they heard certain verses. This is a fact. Now, what is being attempted here is a bypass of the caste census. What they are trying to do is they are trying to avoid giving power, giving representation to my OBC brothers and sisters, and to take away power from them. This is the agenda over here. That's the first agenda. Manuvad over Samvidhan. Amit Shah ji says that the caste census has begun. And he repeated twice yesterday, trying to be clever, saying that houses don't have castes. The point is not whether houses have castes or don't have castes. The point is whether the caste census is going to be used for representation in Parliament, Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. And what you're trying to do now is trying to make sure that caste census has nothing to do with representation for the next 10 years, 15 years, so that you can kick the ball down the street. That's the first thing that is being done. Second thing that is being done, equally bad thing, but a very dangerous thing. What you're doing, because you're scared of what is happening in the politics of this country, you're scared of the erosion of your strength, you're trying to rejig the Indian political map. You have done it in Assam, you've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, and now you're imagining that you can do it in India. And you need a constitutional amendment to do that. Now let me explain what you are doing. You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small states in India that in order for the BJP to remain in power, we are going to take away representation from you. This is nothing short of an anti-national act. This is what you are doing. And under no circumstances are we going to allow you to do it. So I am telling you very clearly right now that the entire opposition is going to defeat this attempt of yours to attack the nation state and deprive OBCs and Dalits of their rightful place in society. I want to ask, corporate India, entire financial structure of India, where are the Dalits? Where are the OBCs? Where are the Adivasis? Top bureaucracy of this country. Aapka galti hai. Where are they? Judiciary, private sector, private hospital sector, healthcare sector, education sector. Earlier, there used to be something called the public sector. Public sector provided space for Dalits, OBCs. You've removed it, demolished it, handed it over to your friends. So you call OBCs Hindus, you call Dalits Hindus, but you do not give them any space in the power structure of this country. And you can ask this to any Dalit, you can ask it to any OBC. This is a fact. You call them Hindus, but you do not give them any place in this country. And you are... सच्चाई अच्छी नहीं लगती आपको you after you can reply I'm not yielding I'm not yielding. I'm asking you. Don't ask. I'm not yielding. You have made a wrong, misleading statement. I have to make clarification. Because, sir, I'm not yielding. But, sir, Sri Rahul Gandhi ji is talking about reservation in assemblies and parliament for OBC and for religious minorities. That is not permissible. When Congress ruled this country for more than 60 years, why did not Congress party provide that constitutional reservation for OBC? Congress has to answer. Rajiv Gandhi ji ne on record OBC reservation का विरोध किया था. Rajiv
मोदी जी ने जब प्रधानमंत्री थे और जब प्रधानमंत्री नहीं थे तो भी उन्होंने ओबीसी का रिजर्वेशन अपोज उस समय का प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी जी ने किया था। राहुल गांधी जी उसका जवाब दे सकते हैं कि राजीव गांधी जी ने क्यों अपोज किया था ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन।
So I want to assure my friends, brothers and sisters across the country, southern states, smaller states, northeastern states, that do not worry, we are not going to allow them. We are not going to allow them to attack the Union of India. You are equal participants in the Union of India. They will not dare to touch your representation in the Union of India. Speaker sir, this same question was faced by Indira Gandhi ji and also by Mr. Vajpayee. Both of them faced this question. They understood the dangers and they did not take the action the Prime Minister is taking. You can check. It was done by Indira Gandhi ji and it was done by Mr. Vajpayee. I am going to explain later in the speech why Mr. Modi is doing it. Then you can have your answer. Wait. It's coming. Now, it's loading. Exactly. Now let me go back again to my childhood. When I was small, Speaker sir, we had once a famous magician who came to do a magic show. And a lot of children went to that show. 300-400 children. I was there, my sister was also there, she's smiling. 300-400 people went to see that show. Fantastic magic show.
राहुल जी, आप जादू पूरा उसकी जगह आप बिल पे बोल लो, अच्छा रहेगा।
अच्छा जादू। सर मैं पेंटिंग बना रहा हूँ सर मैं आपको समझाता हूँ सर। मैं चित्र बनाता हूँ सर, मैं आर्टिस्ट हूँ। मजा लीजिए सर।
आप बिल पे बोले
सर, अंत में पूरा फिट होगा सर, आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। पूरा अंत में पजल जैसे फिट हो जाएगा। तो
ऐसे नहीं चलता संसद है।
सुनिए सर, मजा आएगा आप।
पार्लियामेंट मर्यादा से चले, ये मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, इसलिए मैं कहता हूं।
सर जादू का शो था और वहां पे 300 बच्चे बैठे सर। गार्डन में था, जादूगर था सर, लाल रंग का कैप पहना हुआ था। उसके सामने 2-3 मेजें, टेबल्स, एक पे वो टोपी, एक पे 2-3 बॉल थी, उसके इंप्लीमेंट्स थे। उसने शुरू किया सर। पहले उसने पहले टोपी उठाई और टोपी में से उसने खरगोश निकाला ऐसे। बच्चे देख, सर सुनिए सर, कनेक्टेड है टोटली। उसने खरगोश निकाला सर, बच्चों को बहुत मजा आया, हम देख रहे थे। उसके बाद सर वो जगलिंग शुरू की सर, वो 6 बॉल थी उसमें बीच में गायब कर दी। बच्चे बिल्कुल हैरान, हम तालियां बजा रहे हैं, हंस हंस के तालियां बजा रहे हैं। सर उसके बाद क्या हुआ सर, वो मेज थी सर, वो मेज पे खड़ा हुआ ऐसे, और उसके असिस्टेंट्स आए और उसने उस पे चेन बांध दी, 3-4 चेन, और असिस्टेंट्स आए, वो ताले लिए, उन्होंने ताले लगा दिए और साहब ऐसे खड़े हुए, चेन लग गई सब जगह, और उसके ऊपर उन्होंने वो कैप सा लगा दिया काला। सर आर्टिस्टिक फ्रीडम।
मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ
सर, उसको ऐसे किया।
आप प्रतिपक्ष
सर आज मैं कर रहा हूँ सर,
प्रतिपक्ष के नेता, ये पुराने समय की जादू की नो, ये ठीक नहीं है।
नॉट फेयर।
ये
सर मुझे बोलने दीजिए सर।
अब मैं बोलने दे रहा हूँ आपको।
सर 15 सेकंड में ये खत्म कर दूंगा। सर तो ऐसे खड़ा हुआ और उस पे वो लगा दिया कैप और स्टॉपवॉच शुरू कर दी। 1 मिनट 3 मिनट का टाइम दिया। सर 3 मिनट वो ऐसे ऐसे अंदर कर रहा था उसके। सर 3 मिनट बाद क्या हुआ, उसने अपने असिस्टेंट बुलाने शुरू कर दिए, कहा कि भैया इधर आओ इधर आओ इधर आओ। वो आए, उन्होंने कैप उतारा, उसके ताले वहीं के वहीं, वो फंसा पड़ा। हम हंस हंस के मर गए सर। ये हो क्या रहा है? 300 बच्चे सर हंसना शुरू कर दिया।
क्या था
सर? अब हुआ क्या मैं आपको बताता हूं, कनेक्टेड है सर। सर हुआ क्या,
मैं राहुल गांधी जी,
उसके बाद सर बोलने दीजिए सर।
मैंने किसी को बोलने से टोका क्या?
सर बोलने तो दीजिए।
बस सदन की मर्यादा तो बनाए रखनी पड़ेगी ना। ये देश के सर्वोच्च संस्था है, आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं, आप चेयर को एड्रेस कर लें।
सर उसके बाद क्या हुआ सर, उसके बाद बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात हुई। हो गया सर, खत्म। हम सब समझ रहे हैं। सर उसके बाद क्या हुआ, क्या हुआ?
प्लीज बैठिए।
सदन की मर्यादा बाहर से भंग हो रही है, वो मर्यादा
वहां भी टोक रहे हैं। प्लीज
सारे यहाँ से सर, मेरा अनुरोध है कि आपने बार बार कहा, हम भी चाहते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ से डिस्टर्ब ना करें और आपके यहाँ से भी ना करें। बस नेता प्रतिपक्ष से इतना रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन में आपका टाइम हम रेस्ट्रिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। चेयरमैन ने आपको टाइम दिया, मगर आप पृष्ठभूमि ज्यादा लंबा मत बनाइए और हमारे यहाँ भी हम डिस्टर्ब नहीं करने के लिए हम कहते हैं।
स्पीकर सर हुआ क्या सर, अब खत्म हो गई कहानी सर, जादू वाली कहानी खत्म। सर उसमें हुआ क्या, वो जैसे ही वो फंस गया और वो उसके ऊपर से वो उतारा और उसकी चेन हिली नहीं, हटी नहीं थी, तो उसके बाद बच्चे हंसने लग गए। अब वो कुछ भी करे, मतलब उसने 2-3 और ट्रिक्स ट्राई की, बॉल वाली ट्रिक ट्राई की, बच्चे हंसे, फिर उसने फिर से मतलब कुछ और खरगोश के साथ कोशिश की, सारे हंसने लगे। ऐसा हुआ कि बेचारा मतलब कोई भी ट्रिक करे उसके बाद बच्चे बस हंसते ही गए, हंसते ही गए, हंसते ही गए। मतलब जो उसका जो पूरा जो जादू का ढांचा था ना, वो भड़ाक से खत्म हो गया। सर हुआ क्या, अब इंटरेस्टिंग बात थी सर, उस टाइम तो मैं बहुत हंसा, सब हंसे सर, मगर उसके बाद मुझे पता लगा कि हुआ क्या था। सीरियस बात हुई थी। वो जो जादूगर था उसको बीमारी थी और वो बहुत टेंशन में था और वो दबाव में आ गया और उसने एक मैजिक ट्रिक गलत कर दी, वो निकल नहीं पाया, वहीं खत्म हो गया सर। सर प्लीज सर।
तरीका है क्या? आप सदन में इसी तरीके की चर्चा करना चाहते हैं क्या?
सर
क्या इतने बड़ा दल है आपका, आप विधेयक पर बोले हैं।
ओके सर, कंक्लूड करते हैं सर। तो सर हुआ क्या, वो टेंशन में आया, एक गलती की उसने और उसके बाद उसका जादू नहीं चला, और शायद उसके बाद वो जादू कर ही नहीं पाया, मुझे लगता है। सर मैं आपको वापस गार्डन ले जाना चाहता हूं। तो मेरी दादी ने उस टाइम एक और बात बोली थी मुझसे। दादी ने गार्डन में मुझे एक और बात समझाई थी जो मैंने पहले नहीं बोली। उन्होंने कहा था, स्पीकर सर बोलूं?
मैं आपको पहले भी आग्रह किया है, मैं कभी किसी
सर मुझे दादी ने उस टाइम एक और बात बोली थी। शी सेड टू मी दैट लिसन राहुल, I want you to be able to see in the dark.
Yes, yes.
I want you to be able to see in the dark. Like the central idea of Shiva. Central idea of Shiva, I will explain to my brothers and sisters, is to see in the dark. See what others cannot see. See your fears. Go close to your fears. That is the central idea of Shiva. She was telling me that and she said, I want you to see in the dark. I said, Dadi, why? She said, because Rahul, real strength always hides in the dark. Real power, real strength hides in the darkness. Fantastic political lesson. First, look for your truth, stick by it, and second, real power, real strength always hides, it never shows itself. जो असली ताकत होती है वो छुप के काम करती है, वो अपने आप को दिखाती कभी नहीं है। अब मैं ये आपको बता क्यों रहा हूं? बिकॉज देयर इज, everybody knows, a partnership between our friend the magician and the businessman.
ये तो तरीका ठीक नहीं है।
नाम नहीं लिया सर, सर मैजिशियन बोला है सर। I said magician.
No.
Sir, I said magician. I didn't even say peer.
माननीय आप प्रतिपक्ष के नेता हैं,
बोलने दीजिए सर।
मैं आपको संसद की गरिमा से बोलने देने का अधिकार है, लेकिन संसद की गरिमा बनाए रखना भी मेरी जिम्मेदारी है।
सर द प्रॉब्लम इज,
नहीं ये उचित नहीं है।
सर आई विल फिनिश सर।
नहीं, अनपार्लियामेंट नहीं है, पर ये संसद है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आप जो चौराहे पे बोलो संसद में बोलोगे। संसद की अपनी मर्यादा गरिमा होती है।
Speaker sir, what has happened? There is a partnership and then there is a hidden power. Massive, extremely strong, but completely hidden. Okay? And that power, that force that does not show itself but is there, knows the entire history of the magician. It knows every single detail about the magician from when he first came into politics till when he arrived as Prime Minister. And it is using that information.
No.
It is using the information to shape.
देखिए, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूं राहुल गांधी जी,
क्या बोल रहा हूं सर?
आप वेणुगोपाल जी, ये उचित नहीं है। मैं आपको बताऊं, होम मिनिस्टर साहब भी बोलते हैं, विधेयक पे बोलते हैं। जो भी बोलता है विधेयक पे बोलता है। आप भी बोले हमने किसी को टोका नहीं, प्रियंका जी बोला हमने कोई टोका किसी को, लेकिन सदन की गरिमा मर्यादा बनाने की जिम्मेदारी तो अध्यक्ष की है ना। नो विधेयक में
बोलने तो दीजिए सर,
बोलने दे रहा हूं ना मैं आपको।
नहीं बोलने दे रहे सर। दिस एक्शन, ओके स्पीकर साहब, आई वो उधर जाऊंगा नहीं सर। सो दिस एक्शन, please understand what has happened here. It is important that everyone understands. The BJP knew, they knew very clearly that this bill actually cannot be passed. They knew it. They are not stupid. They knew every opposition person would oppose it. This bill cannot be passed. This was a panic reaction. This was a panic reaction because the Prime Minister at any cost needed to send two messages. Number one, he needed to change the electoral map of India. And number two, he needed to send a message again that he is pro-women. Why he is doing that, I will leave to your imagination. But I will leave it to your imagination, but the powers that be know exactly why he is doing it. Sir, the truth is the magician has been caught. The magician of Balakot, the magician of demonetization, the magician of Sindhur has suddenly got caught. Why? Because he was...
ये तरीका बिल्कुल भी नहीं है,
होने के नाते
बिल्कुल नहीं।
बोलिए मगर नियम से बोलिए।
करूंगा मैं।
और ये इस देश का 140 करोड़ का चुना हुआ प्रधानमंत्री को ये अनाप शनाप बात करके क्या साबित करना चाहते हैं? आज जो भाषा इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, स्पीकर साहब ने बार बार कहा कि वो बोल सकते हैं मगर नियम करते हैं। ये ऐसा नहीं चलता है।
ऐसे तो नहीं बोल सकते।
हम लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि राहुल गांधी नहीं बोल सकते। अफसोस की बात है, नेता प्रतिपक्ष क्या भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं। कोई तरीका होता है। देश का प्रधानमंत्री 140 करोड़ लोगों ने मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। आप इस तरह से अनाप शनाप बातें करते हैं, आपको शोभा नहीं देते हैं। क्या बात करते हैं? नेता प्रतिपक्ष इस तरह का भाषा इस्तेमाल करते हैं। ये कोई तरीका नहीं होता है। मैं इस तरह कहना चाहता हूं सर, रक्षा मंत्री जी को
अध्यक्ष महोदय, इस देश के प्रधानमंत्री के संबंध में जिस प्रकार के शब्दों का प्रयोग नेता प्रतिपक्ष के द्वारा किया जा रहा है, मैं समझता हूं यह बेहद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसकी जितनी भी निंदा की जाए वह कम है। इस देश की जनता ने उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री बनाया है। हमारे दल को इतनी स्ट्रेंथ दी है जिससे स्ट्रेंथ के कारण वह प्रधानमंत्री बने। या किसी व्यक्ति का यह अपमान नहीं कर रहे हैं बार बार मैजिशियन कहकर, देश की जनता का अपमान कर रहे हैं अध्यक्ष महोदय। और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, जिन शब्दों का इन्होंने प्रयोग किया उसे सदन की कार्रवाई से बाहर निकाला जाना चाहिए और राहुल गांधी को क्षमा मांगनी चाहिए देशवासी।
नहीं,
राहुल गांधी जी का भाषण देने में हम आपत्ति नहीं करना चाहते थे, हम पूरा सुनना चाहते थे। तो राहुल गांधी जी ने जैसे ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को जादू किया है बोलता है, बालाकोट स्ट्राइक हमारे वीर जवानों ने जो कार्रवाई किया उसको मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं। 140 करोड़ भारतीयों ने प्रधानमंत्री बनाया, उसको वो जादू कहते हैं। ये कोई तरीका है? और वैसे सर रक्षा मंत्री जी ने भी कहा है, हम भी कह रहे हैं, आपने कई बार डायरेक्शन दिया है कि आप भाषण कीजिए मगर नियम के तहत भाषण कीजिए। हम शांति से सुन रहे थे, आप बार बार प्रधानमंत्री को जिस नाम से लेकर के आप मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, ये देश का मजाक है। प्रधानमंत्री देश का होता है, प्रधानमंत्री सिर्फ आपका मेरा नहीं है। इसलिए कार्रवाई से आपका आपत्तिजनक शब्दों को हटा दिया जाए और स्पीकर के डायरेक्शन को आप मानना चाहिए। और हम लोग सब आज विशेष बिल को लेकर के चर्चा कर रहे हैं, उस पर आप बोलिए, हम उसको रोकने का हमारे अधिकार नहीं है, मगर तरीका से भाषण होना चाहिए। और आप तो नेता प्रतिपक्ष है, आपसे लोग सीखना चाहिए। आपके पार्टी में नए नए MP आए हैं, वो क्या सीखेंगे? नेता ही ऐसा व्यवहार करेंगे तो।
देखिए माननीय राहुल गांधी जी, मेरी इसमें आपत्ति, मैंने ऐसी सब चीजें रिपोर्ट से निकाल दी है, मेरी इसमें घोर आपत्ति है। मैं सदन के आसन से भी बोल रहा हूं कि आप जो विधेयक है उस विधेयक पर बोले, आप विधेयक पर बोले, विधेयक इधर उधर नहीं बोले।
I mean, come on, I need to go. I need to go.
आप ऐसे नहीं करें।
Because sir, there is a central confusion in the mind of the BJP.
अरे सर कितने बार
ये सदन का बेनिफिट के लिए, सर ये सदन का बेनिफिट के लिए मैं बता रहा हूं, ये रूल्स में जो की वर्ड्स एंड एक्सप्रेशन जो अनपार्लियामेंट्री है, इवन मैजिशियन रेफर टू द मिनिस्टर इज ऑल्सो अनपार्लियामेंट्री। ये रूल है और रूल्स को तो मानना पड़ेगा। मैं आपको रूल का किताब भेज देता हूं, आप भी देख लीजिए। अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशन ये हमने नहीं बनाया, ये अनपार्लियामेंट्री एक्सप्रेशन आपके समय का किताब है और आप उसको मानते नहीं है क्या?
पढ़ते नहीं है? नहीं, आप एक मिनट राहुल जी, आप बैठिए, एक मिनट बैठिए आप, एक मिनट बैठिए आप। मैं कभी सदन में किसी मान्य विषय को, माननीय सदस्य चाहे किसी भी दल का हो, कभी भी मैंने आपत्ति नहीं करता, लेकिन मेरा सदन के सभी सदस्यों से आग्रह है, सब माननीय सदस्य चाहे एक भी दल का सदस्य वह भी सम्मानीय है। हमारी भाषा संयमित होनी चाहिए, मर्यादित होनी चाहिए, आचरणपूर्ण होनी चाहिए।
Because sir, there is a central confusion, and I have to put this right. There is a central fundamental confusion in the minds of the BJP and its leadership. And the confusion is that they think they are the people of India. You are not the people of India. The people of India are something else. They also think that they are the armed forces. You are not the armed forces. The armed forces are something else. You are a political organization. You are not India and you are not the armed forces of India. We are not attacking the people of India. We are not attacking the armed forces of India. We are attacking you. Do not hide behind the people of India or behind the armed forces. So stop hiding like cowards behind the armed forces and behind the people. Come out and talk to us and have a discussion with us. Now, going back to my speech, Speaker, sir. As I said, the magician had been caught.
Please, no. मैं ऐसे शब्दों का उपयोग इस सदन में नहीं करने दूंगा, चाहे सत्ता पक्ष सहमत हो। वो नहीं बोल रहे सत्ता पक्ष वाले, पर मैं उपयोग नहीं करने दूंगा। ठीक है, आप अगर नहीं मानते हैं तो मैं ऐसे शब्दों का उपयोग, ऐसी भाषा का अलाउ नहीं करूंगा। नो, आप दादा कैसी भाषा का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं यहाँ पर? आप कौन सी भाषा का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं? ये दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी संसद है, सर्वोच्च संस्था है, इसकी भाषा संयमित होना ही चाहिए ना। आप बोलिए, अगर आप
मैं बोलता हूँ,
आप
मैं बोलता हूँ,
विषय पे बोलेंगे
म्यूजिशियन नहीं
तो मैं
बोलूंगा,
आपको अलाउ करूंगा।
सर मैजिशियन नहीं बोलूंगा।
आप विषय पे बोलेंगे तो मैं अलाउ करूंगा।
मैं जादूगर नहीं बोलूंगा सर।
आप विषय पे,
सर जादूगर शब्द नहीं यूज करूंगा। The individual in my story, sir, what happened was, the last session of Parliament completely destroyed the structure, because a deal was signed with the United States that under no circumstances would have been signed by any Prime Minister of this country unless he was compromised. So, क्या सर?
ये विधेयक का विषय है क्या? नो, अगर मैं सीट पे बैठा हूं तो कुमार स्वामी जी हो या कोई भी हो, मैं विधेयक के पास बोलने दें। नो, मैं सीट पे बैठूंगा तो विधेयक पर ही बात होगी। हाँ, विधेयक पर ही बात होगी। हाँ, मैं जब आसन पे हूं तो विधेयक पर ही चर्चा होगी। विधेयक के विषय पर आप बोले, मैंने रोका नहीं। विधेयक के विषय पे मैंने कभी नहीं टोका न रोका। विषय पे मैंने कभी नहीं रोका। आपको रोका गया, किसी को रोका के विषय पर? नो, सब पे अलाउ है, लेकिन उस बिल के संदर्भ में ही।
सर, तो मैं एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं। आप एक
सवाल नहीं पूछ सकते।
नहीं, क्योंकि मैं आप इंस्ट्रक्शन चाहता हूं।
हाँ, इंस्ट्रक्शन भी
दूंगा मैं। आपका कहना है कि मुझे यूएस डील पे कुछ नहीं बोलना?
बिल्कुल, महिला विधेयक पे बोलना।
ठीक है सर, ठीक है, मैं नहीं बोलूंगा सर। सर, so what happened was very obvious to everybody. Now what you're attempting is taking away the constitutional right and snatching that from the people of India. We are not going to allow you. You will see we will defeat this bill right here in the next, whatever, half an hour, 45 minutes. Now, I want to conclude with an idea. And I want to give you a sense, because you have to understand something. I know more than I'm saying. You have to understand that I know much more than I'm saying in this house. So I'm going to give you and everybody else a nice puzzle. And the people of India can try and see if they can solve this puzzle. Yesterday I was watching the Prime Minister speak. Low energy, broken, nothing transmitting. And I suddenly noticed that yesterday was the 16th of April. No, listen please, I was sitting here and he was talking and he was not able to engage. He was not able to engage because clearly trying to pass this bill was a mistake, because everybody knew there wasn't going to pass. Panic reaction, as I said. So I was watching him and I noticed on my phone 16th of April. And I was like, my God, how crazy. That's the number. 16. This 16 number, this is the number. The whole answer to the riddle is in the number 16. Everything is in the number 16. Now, if anybody understands what I'm saying, please send me a message, and on Twitter you can tell what it is. But the answer to your problems, and you're going to find out very soon, is in the number 16. Thank you, sir.
श्री निशिकांत दुबे,
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। पिछले 2 दिन से अध्यक्ष महोदय इस पार्लियामेंट में
सुन के जाओ,
लगातार बैठकर
बड़ा भाग गया।
किस नियम में? किस नियम में? किस नियम में?
सर ये नियम कहता है कि जिस व्यक्ति ने अपना भाषण समाप्त किया हो, अगले भाषण तक उसको सदन में रुकना है। बार बार राहुल गांधी जी भाषण देते हैं और यहाँ से भाग लेते हैं और सुनने के लिए कभी तैयार नहीं रहते। सर ये असत्य बोल के यहाँ पे जाते हैं और उसके बाद यहाँ से भाग खड़े होते हैं।
श्री निशिकांत दुबे जी, निशिकांत जी कृपया
सभापति महोदय,
एक मिनट मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, सुप्रिया जी सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप सब लोग बैठ जाएं। अगर किसी को बाहर जाना चले जाएं, बट आई थिंक सो मस्ट बी इन ऑर्डर। तो जस्ट आई रिक्वेस्ट टू एवरीबडी, प्लीज काइंडली जस्ट ऑक्यूपाई योर सीट, काइंडली टेक योर सीट, खड़े मत रहिए। धन्यवाद।
सभापति महोदय, पिछले 2 दिन से लगातार हमारी पूरी पार्टी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में माताओं को अधिकार देने के लिए, बहनों को अधिकार देने के लिए, दलित, शोषित, वंचित, पिछड़ों को अधिकार देने के लिए 33% रिजर्वेशन के लिए चिंतित है। रात 1:30 बजे तक पूरे संसद के सदस्य और खासकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के सदस्य यहां लगातार जमे हुए थे। और मैं जब आज यहां आया तो मुझे लगा कि कांग्रेस के जो लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है, उनसे जो है माताओं और बहनों के लिए कुछ सुनने को मिलेगा। उन्होंने जब भाषण शुरू किया और जब खत्म किया सर, तो मुझे लगा कि मैंने पीसी सरकार का जादू शो देख लिया या माइकल जैक्सन का मैंने डांस देख लिया। मैं कंफ्यूज हूं सर कि वो पीसी सरकार थे या माइकल जैक्सन थे। लेकिन फिर मुझे याद आया सर कि आज कौन सा तारीख है? आज 17 अप्रैल है और पूरे सदन के लिए और पूरे देश के लिए आज 17 अप्रैल को 2 घटना हुई सर। 17 अप्रैल 1987 को पहली बार राजीव गांधी जी के ऊपर बोफोर्स के कमीशन खोरी का आरोप लगा और यहां के फ्रंट पेज पर चला। 17 अप्रैल वो दिन था सर। 17 अप्रैल 1998 वो दिन था जिस ओबीसी की ये बात कर रहे हैं, सीताराम केसरी का धोती खोलकर सोनिया गांधी जी कांग्रेस की अध्यक्ष हो गए। और 17 अप्रैल 1999 वो दिन था जिस दिन कि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार को जबरदस्ती क्रिश्चियन लॉबी के दबाव में गिरधर गमांग को वोट दिलाकर यही इस्तीफा दिला के दिया गया। यह 17 अप्रैल है सर, और इसीलिए उनका पीसी सरकार और माइकल जैक्सन होना लाजमी है। दूसरा सर, 543 की बहुत बात हो रही है, यह संविधान से चलता है ये देश सर। सबसे पहले मैं कास्ट सेंसस पर आ जाऊं। आजकल रोज कह रहे हैं सर कि कौन दलित है, कौन पिछड़ा है, कौन आदिवासी है। सर, इस देश में सबसे यदि मजबूत कोई बिजनेसमैन है जिसकी की बहुत इज्जत है तो वो टाटा परिवार है। और राहुल गांधी जी को यही नहीं पता कि टाटा माइनॉरिटी है। वेदांता के मालिक अनिल अग्रवाल जी ओबीसी हैं। सुजलॉन के मालिक तुलसी ताती शेड्यूल कास्ट हैं। और मैं आपको बता दूं सर कि बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप है माइकल सेन, उसका जो सीईओ है वो अरुण उरांव आदिवासी। जिसको जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली इस अपॉर्चुनिटी में काम किया। लेकिन आपने क्या किया? कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में आपने अभी बात की है, ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन की बात हो रही है ना, रिजर्वेशन विद इन रिजर्वेशन। ओबीसी को संवैधानिक अधिकार हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने दिया। आप मांग रहे हो, आपका डिमांड क्या है? सारे अपोजिशन के लोगों ने, अखिलेश यादव जी से लेकर सारे लोगों ने कहा कि ओबीसी महिलाओं को रिजर्वेशन चाहिए। इसी ओबीसी रिजर्वेशन के लिए 2010 में जब राज्यसभा में यह कानून पास हो रहा था तो जो सदन के नेता थे प्रणब मुखर्जी साहब और जो उस वक्त के तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री थे मनमोहन सिंह जी, उनका स्टेटमेंट लेकर आया हूं मैं। उन्होंने कहा कि मरते दम तक कांग्रेस किसी ओबीसी में महिला को रिजर्वेशन नहीं दे सकती। इसी शेड्यूल कास्ट शेड्यूल ट्राइब के प्रमोशन के रिजर्वेशन के लिए जब इसी लोकसभा में कानून आया तो समाजवादी पार्टी के, सुनिएगा अखिलेश जी, आपके सांसद यशवीर सिंह जो शेड्यूल कास्ट थे उनको इसी वेल में मैडम सोनिया गांधी ने पीटा। आप आदिवासी की बात करते हो, शेड्यूल कास्ट की बात करते हो, किस तरह की बात कर रहे हो? और 2011 में जब जातिगत जनगणना के आधार पर, ठीक है बोलिए अखिलेश जी।
ये अध्यक्ष महोदय, सभापति महोदय, समाजवादी पार्टी का हमेशा पक्ष रहा है कि महिला आरक्षण के हम पक्ष में, पहली बात। दूसरा, हम पार्टी के अनुसार चाहते हैं आरक्षण। तीसरा, हम जाति जनगणना चाहते हैं। आप इस सदन में कहिए कि जाति जनगणना करेंगे और कब तक करेंगे, और क्या ओबीसी महिलाओं को आप शामिल करोगे कि नहीं करोगे?
सभापति महोदय,
अखिलेश अभी तो भाषण चल रहा है, आपको क्लैरिफिकेशन मांगना है होम मिनिस्टर साहब का, जब प्रॉपर रिप्लाई होगा तब आ जाएंगे। अभी भाषण होने दीजिए।
सभापति महोदय,
मेरा निवेदन है कि बहुत ज्यादा इतिहास के पन्ने न पलटें।
तो वो बता रहे हैं जो आपके सांसद के साथ हुआ। हम जिस भूल गए थे, आप याद तो दिलाना पड़ेगा। हम जिस संस्कार को मानने वाले लोग हैं वो एक मंत्र पढ़ते हैं, ओम सहना भवतु सहना भुनक्तु सहवीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनामधित मस्तु माद विद्विषावहै। हमारे लिए शेड्यूल कास्ट, शेड्यूल ट्राइब, ओबीसी, फॉरवर्ड, बैकवर्ड सब बराबर है। हम उसके सबके कल्याण के लिए काम करते हैं। मैं सभापति महोदय बताना चाह रहा था, इसी 2011 में जब जनगणना स्टार्ट हुई, जिसका कि ये बेस ईयर है, उसके लिए मुलायम सिंह यादव जी, अखिलेश जी मुख्यमंत्री बनकर चले गए थे। लालू प्रसाद जी, मुलायम सिंह यादव जी और हमारे पार्टी से गोपीनाथ मुंडे जी, हम लगातार जातिगत जनगणना की बात करते रहे, लगातार इस पार्लियामेंट को ठप करते रहे। और उसमें सोनिया गांधी जी का बयान है, प्रणब मुखर्जी जी का बयान है, मनमोहन सिंह जी का बयान है, चिदम्बरम जी का बयान है। ये 4 बयान लेकर मैं आया हूं और उन चारों ने कहा कि यह जातिगत जनगणना की।
अच्छा, एक मिनट अखिलेश जी क्या कह रहे हैं?
ये जो
निशिकांत जी, अखिलेश
सभापति महोदय
सब लोग
श्लोक पढ़ रहे हैं।
नहीं,
बात सुनिए,
लोग बैठ जाए और लोग बिठा दिए, सबको बिठाइए तब मैं आपको अलाउ करूंगा ना। आप सब लोग बैठ जाए, मैं आपको अलाउ कर रहा हूं। उनको मैंने बिठा दिया, आप लोग बैठ जाए तब मैं आपके नेता को अलाउ करूंगा। अगर आप नहीं बैठेंगे तो मैं निशिकांत जी को खड़ा करूंगा, आपको अलाउ करूंगा, लेकिन बैठ जाओ। अवधेश जी आप बैठ जाइए, आप सभी, बीरेन जी आप बैठ जाइए, बीरेन जी बैठ जाइए, सभी लोग बैठ जाइए, सरोज जी बैठ जाइए। मैं आपको समय दे रहा हूं, नहीं मैं आपको समय दे रहा हूं। एक मिनट, हाउस को इन ऑर्डर कर लीजिए।
महोदय, मैंने उनका श्लोक सुना, श्लोक पे मैं कहना चाहता हूं।
बोलिए।
सभापति महोदय, विवाद की बात नहीं है, संवाद की बात हो रही है। कोई बात माननीय सदस्य ने कहा, मैंने जवाब दिया, माननीय सदस्य ने श्लोक पढ़ा, उस श्लोक पे मैं एक बात पूछना चाहता हूं। मैं अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में कन्नौज में एक मंदिर में गया था, लेकिन मेरे बाद वो मंदिर गंगा जल से धुलवाया गया था। आप बताइए क्यों धुलवाया गया?
अब जिसने भी गंगा जल से धुलवाया उसने गलत काम किया और वो सभी अपराधी हैं और उनके ऊपर अपराध की सजा चलनी चाहिए, कानून के हिसाब से उनका न्याय होना चाहिए।
अब आपकी बात आ गई।
मैं ये कह रहा था सभापति महोदय, आप कान पकड़कर हमसे माफी मांगोगे, मैं कान पकड़कर भी माफी मांग लूंगा। मैंने तो गंगा जल से नहीं धुलवाया है, जिसने भी गंगा जल से धुलवाया उसने गलत काम किया है। हमारा इससे क्या संबंध है? अपराधी है, चाहे किसी भी जाति, धर्म, वर्ग, संप्रदाय का व्यक्ति यदि अपराधी है तो अपराधी है और उसको कानून के हिसाब से सजा मिलनी चाहिए।
Nothing will go on record except only
सर, मैं सभापति महोदय, देखिए मेरा समय ये लोग बहुत खा रहे सर। जातिगत जनगणना की बात कर रहा था। सोनिया गांधी जी ने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना संविधान के दायरे में नहीं है, हम इसका विरोध करते हैं। चिदंबरम साहब ने कहा, मैं 2011 की बात कर रहा हूं, चिदंबरम साहब ने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना जो है इस देश को डिवाइड करेगी। प्रणब मुखर्जी जी लीडर थे, उन्होंने कहा कि जातिगत जनगणना 1931 के बाद से नहीं हुई है, किसी कीमत पर नहीं होगा। और अंत में मनमोहन सिंह जी ने तो और भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया सर। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी सरकार रहे या जाए, इसी सदन हम जातिगत जनगणना नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन गोपीनाथ मुंडे, लालू प्रसाद यादव जी और नेताजी मुलायम सिंह यादव जी का मैं बधाई और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि जिनके प्रयास से उस वक्त की कांग्रेस सरकार को झुकना पड़ा और जातिगत गणना जो है हुई, जिसका कि डाटा कई एक गलतफहमियों के कारण जो है अभी तक नहीं रिलीज हुआ और जातिगत जनगणना हमारी सरकार करा रही है और 2027-29 में वो आ जाएगा।
अरे बैठ जाओ भाई।
अब क्या है सर,
ये फैक्ट है जो
अब इस अमेंडमेंट पे मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि चूंकि सर्वसम्मति से सभी लोगों ने कहा सर कि सर्वसम्मति से हमने महिला रिजर्वेशन को पास किया। कल्याण बनर्जी साहब का भी आज भाषण सुना मैंने, मनीष तिवारी जी का भी सुना। ये लोग बड़े विद्वान हैं सर। हमारे यहां पीपी चौधरी साहब ने भी बयान दिया। ये भारत का संविधान है जो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का, और हमने 2023 के एक्ट के बाद आर्टिकल 334A बनाया और 334 ये कहता है सर कि डिलिमिटेशन जो है वो जब लिया जाएगा तो रिलीवेंट फिगर होगा फर्स्ट सेंसस टेकन आफ्टर कमेंसमेंट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन 106th अमेंडमेंट एक्ट 2023। पॉपुलेशन को क्राइटेरिया बनाया जाएगा, ये हम आप सबों ने पास किया सर। अब पॉपुलेशन को यदि क्राइटेरिया मानेंगे, यदि आप ही की बात सही और सबों ने पास किया है, इसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी, कांग्रेस, टीएमसी, डीएमके, समाजवादी पार्टी, जितना पार्टी है सब इसके दोषी हैं। उनके हिसाब से लिख लीजिए मेरी बात, क्योंकि आप अमेंडमेंट तो नहीं कर रहे हो, आप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में चेंज तो नहीं करने दे रहे हो, आप तो विरोध कर रहे हो। यूपी में सीट होगी 87, जो पॉपुलेशन है, जो 2011 का सेंसस है,
निशिकांत जी
जो आपने पेश किया,
हमको एड्रेस करिए
सभापति महोदय, जो इन्होंने पेश किया, और आज जो 2011 का सेंसस है, मैंने तो 2026 का सेंसस लिया ही नहीं है, मैं 2011 के सेंसस के आधार पर कह रहा हूं।
आप उनको
यूपी में सीट होगी 87, बिहार में सीट होगी 47, महाराष्ट्र में सीट होगी 49, वेस्ट बंगाल में सीट होगी केवल 38, मध्य प्रदेश में सीट होगी 34, राजस्थान में सीट होगी 32, तमिलनाडु में सीट होगी, जो इतना हलंगामा कर रहे हैं काला कपड़ा पहन के, केवल और केवल 29। गुजरात में होगी 28, कर्नाटक में होगी 26, आंध्र प्रदेश में होगी 20, उड़ीसा में 18, झारखंड मेरे राज्य में होगी 16। मैं एक ऐसा भागा राज्य का सांसद हूं जिसमें कि 2000 में बंटवारा होने के बाद, झारखंड बंटवारा होने के बाद डिलिमिटेशन हुआ ही नहीं। और क्यों नहीं डिलिमिटेशन हुआ? इस यूपीए ने क्यों नहीं डिलिमिटेशन होने दिया? भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कारण नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के कारण आदिवासियों की संख्या घट गई। एक आदिवासी की लोकसभा की सीट और 3 विधानसभा की आदिवासी की सीट घट रही थी डिलिमिटेशन में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहा कि हमको नहीं चाहिए डिलिमिटेशन। आप देश चलाने की बात करते हो, आप लोकतंत्र की बात करते हो। आपने तो बांग्लादेशी वोट को बनाने के लिए हमारे राज्य को तहस-नहस कर दिया। हम बिना हमारी जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है 350 किलोमीटर लंबी है, 3 जिले में विभक्त है। वो क्या बात कर रहे हो आप डिलिमिटेशन की बात कर रहे हो। और यदि साउथ और नॉर्थ का, यदि ये 2023 का जो कि नोटिफाई कर दिया है भारत सरकार ने, यदि ये एक्ट लागू हो गया तो साउथ इंडिया में जो केरल में सीट घटेगी, केरल की सीट 20 से केवल 14 हो जाएगी, तमिलनाडु की 39 से केवल 29 हो जाएगी। कौन साउथ इंडिया का जिम्मेवार होगा? हम कल रिजर्वेशन लागू करने को तैयार है, होगा 543 में ही होगा, लेकिन वो पॉपुलेशन के आधार पर होगा और साउथ इंडिया की सीट घटेगी और कांग्रेस के राहुल गांधी इसके जिम्मेवार होंगे। अब ये एक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं सर। अभी इन्होंने कहा, अभी बहुत लोगों ने कहा सर कि आपने 815 का फिगर कहां से ले आए, 816 का फिगर कैसे ले आए? सर मैं 31 से जो है ये रिजर्वेशन को सीट बढ़ाने को बहुत मुझे लगता है जुड़ाव सर। संविधान का 31वां संशोधन हुआ 1972-73 में और आज हम लोग 131वें संशोधन पर बात कर रहे हैं सर। ये 1973 का, जिसको कि अभी बड़ी लंबी चौड़ी भाषण देके गए कि इंदिरा जी ने जो है देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम कर दिया और उन्होंने फ्रीज कर दिया। 525 से 550 हो रहा था सीट सर। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग 1971 में बन गया। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा, और उसके पहले की एक और कहानी है सर कि 1952 में जब डिलिमिटेशन आयोग बना तो डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा कि इस तरह से हम किसी भी एरिया का परिसीमन नहीं कर सकते। आपको पता है कि डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के रिकमेंडेशन के आधार पर कांग्रेस ने सारे फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को तार पर तार रख दिया, पूरा संविधान संशोधन कर दिया और 1956 का स्टेट रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट डिलिमिटेशन एक्ट के आधार पर बना। बंगाल की कुछ जगह बिहार में आ गई और बिहार की कुछ जगह बंगाल में चली गई, आंध्र की कुछ जगह केरल में चली गई, केरल की कुछ जगह आंध्र में चली आई, तमिलनाडु की कुछ जगह जो है बेंगलोर में चली आई, कर्नाटक में चली गई और कर्नाटक की कुछ जगह वहां चली गई और आज भी महाराष्ट्र जो है बेलगांव की लड़ाई लड़ रहा है। यह डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के कारण हुआ और उन्होंने तय कर दिया कि टोटल जो हमारे एमपी होंगे 489 होंगे। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग का यदि रिपोर्ट प्रेमचंद्रन जी आप पढ़ लीजिएगा तो उन्होंने कहा कि 526 लोग होने चाहिए, लेकिन इंदिरा जी ने, नेहरू जी ने यह तय कर दिया कि नहीं 489 होगा। उन्हीं की बेटी इंदिरा जी ने यह 1973 का 31वां संविधान संशोधन विधेयक लेकर आया। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग 1971 में बन गया। डिलिमिटेशन आयोग ने कहा कि टोटल सीटें जो है 603 होनी चाहिए। उन्होंने कहा तुम कौन तय करने वाले थे? अभी बड़ा एकदम ट्रांसपेरेंसी की बात कर रहे थे कि आप तो अपना जज बना लेंगे, आप अपना एमपी बना लेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि 1952 से लेके ये जो है पूरा लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन से पूछकर जो है अपना आयोग बनाते रहे। उन्होंने कहा संविधान संशोधन करके कि नहीं 525 से 550 ही सीट होगा और उन्होंने तय कर दिया कि उत्तर प्रदेश में कितनी सीट होगी, मध्य प्रदेश में कितनी सीट होगी, गुजरात में कितनी सीट होगी, महाराष्ट्र में कितनी सीट होगी। सर ये तय कर दिया। आज आप हमको भाषण देने की बात कर रहे हो। दूसरी बात सर, ये जो झूठ की दुकान है, दोनों बहन भाई को मैंने बहुत पढ़ा। मैं आपको बताऊं कि ये 44वां संशोधन लेकर मैं आया हूं 1976 में, जब पूरे सारे नेताओं को जेल में भेज दिया कांग्रेस ने, तो 76वां संशोधन 1976 में 44वां संशोधन हुआ। संशोधन क्या हुआ? लोकसभा 6 साल के लिए और प्रेम्बल में संविधान बस 2 मिनट में खत्म कर रहा हूं, और प्रियम्बल में सेकुलर शब्द और सोशलिस्ट शब्द जोड़ दिया उन्होंने। उसका भाषण देते हुए श्रीमती गांधी ने कहा कि माइनॉरिटी के लिए हम 1920-21 से लड़ रहे हैं, और जिस मोतीलाल नेहरू कमेटी की रिपोर्ट उन्होंने कही 1929 की 1930 की जो रिपोर्ट है, उसको इसमें जो है खूब उन्होंने कोट किया सर। उन्होंने कहा कि मोतीलाल नेहरू ने मुसलमानों को प्रोटेक्शन देने के लिए फंडामेंटल ड्यूटीज एंड फंडामेंटल राइट्स जो है कांग्रेस वर्किंग कमेटी में 1929 में, 1930 में, 1931 में, 1932 में पास किया। और हमारा जो बेस है वो बेस ये है कि हमको मुसलमान के आधार पर राजनीति करनी है, मुसलमानों को संरक्षण देना है, मुसलमानों को रिजर्वेशन देना है, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेशन को बढ़ाना है। और इसी कारण से डिलिमिटेशन आयोग के केवल 1 मिनट सर, जब डिलिमिटेशन आयोग का रिपोर्ट आया 1976 में, उसको भी काट पीट करके इसी पार्लियामेंट में 8 सीटें मुसलमानों के लिए जबरदस्ती इसी कांग्रेस सरकार ने बढ़ाई। इसीलिए मेरा आपके माध्यम से इस सारे अपोजिशन से आग्रह है कि साउथ इंडिया के साथ अन्याय नहीं करिए, महिलाओं के साथ अन्याय नहीं करिए। इस देश में इस पार्लियामेंट की जो भूमिका है उसके वर्चस्व को कायम रहने दीजिए, पार्लियामेंट में लोगों का विश्वास रहने दीजिए। और माननीय मोदी जी जो 33% रिजर्वेशन महिलाओं को देना चाहते हैं 2029 में लागू करने के लिए इस बिल का समर्थन करिए। आपने मुझे समय दिया, इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय हिंद जय भारत।
श्री राजकुमार छब्बेवाल जी,
नहीं,
श्री मियां अल्ताफ अहमद साहब।
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका मुझे टाइम देने के लिए। आज जो ये बिल यहाँ पे लाई गई, इस बिल ने हम सबको हैरान कर दिया कि आज से पहले 2024 में ये बिल यहाँ पे पेश की गई, पास की गई, और तमाम पार्टियों की यूनानिमस डिसीजन था उनका इस बिल को पास करने के लिए। अब दोबारा इस बिल को यहाँ लाने का मतलब, मुझे यकीन है कि होम मिनिस्टर जब जवाब देंगे तो वो हमें बताएंगे कि आज दोबारा इस हाउस का स्पेशल सेशन 3 दिन के लिए क्यों बुलाया गया। सिर्फ 1 महीने पहले सेशन खत्म हुआ, उस वक्त ये बिल पेश कर सकते थे। जुलाई में एक दूसरा सेशन आने वाला था, ये बिल उसमें पेश कर सकते थे। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि सिर्फ वेस्ट बंगाल के इलेक्शन
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Real power doesn't shout. It empowers. It leads by example. It walks the talk. And let actions speak the truth. Real power shines through you.
The LPG shortage is now being felt across several cities in India. Our reporters travel across the country to bring you the ground reality.
It's impacting your and my kitchen.
Gas crisis hits kitchen fires. Restaurants and small businesses shutting down.
Very difficult because everything runs on LPG.
Supply shortage, hoarding or panic buying.
कहाँ भी कोई 3000 दे तुरंत सिलेंडर मिलेगा।
What's the government doing to control the crisis?
So the question is whether India is prepared.
News9 ground reports.
Growing uncertainty over the availability of LPG in the national capital.
We are here at the ground. News9 will be tracking the problems of the people.
But the people that we spoke to on ground have a different story to tell.
Will be continuous coverage. Continuous coverage on News9 in your interest.
Amid a fragile ceasefire, stakeholders take on the tough questions.
Was Israel surprised by the asymmetric warfare which Iran started conducting?
Yes, I think it was kind of surprised the level of savagery.
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
So we have to defend ourselves.
Like never before, on point with Kartikeya Sharma, decoding Hormuz, Kharg and the ceasefire.
What is the future of peace in West Asia?
I hope that they got their lesson.
They are supposed to give a chance. We stay ready in case it doesn't work.
Every war has a political objective.
The voices that matter, only on News 9.
Welcome to this edition of the AI Report.
Accepted.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Welcome back. You're watching News 9. I'm Shweta Kothari. Thousands of people defied prohibitory orders in Manipur's Imphal West district and took out a torch rally to protest the recent bomb attack in which 2 children were killed, triggering clashes with security forces. According to officials, thousands carrying torches began the rally at about 7 p.m. on Thursday at the Sigma Gym, demanding immediate arrest of those responsible for the 7th of April blast. On your screens, the visuals of the torch rally, where protesters are demanding arrest of those responsible for the 7th of April blast in the Bishnupur district that claimed the lives of 2 children. Officials said that same protesters raised slogans against security forces, and some of them, in fact, even verbally abused personnel deployed at the spot. After covering nearly 2 kilometers, the rally reached Chingamathak, a few kilometers away from Chief Minister's bungalow, police headquarters and Lok Bhavan. Security personnel, who were heavily outnumbered, asked the protesters to turn back as prohibitory orders were enforced, leading to a confrontation. And as the situation turned hostile, security forces fired several rounds of tear gas shells and resorted to baton charging to disperse the crowd. Several youth allegedly pelted stones at the forces, further escalating tensions. And several people were injured in the clashes, with at least 5 people taken to a nearby hospital for minor injuries and breathing difficulties caused by tear gas smoke. Orders prohibiting movement of individuals outside their residence from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. remain in force following these violent protests that erupted in the Thronglaubi bomb attack. Shifting focus now, Noida Police Commissioner Lakshmi Singh has alleged that social media accounts operating from Pakistan were used to spread panic and resentment that triggered the Noida workers' unrest. A total of 62 people have been arrested so far in connection with the widespread workers' agitation in the wage hike related matter in Noida. According to the police, on 13th of April, misleading posts were circulated through these Pakistan-based accounts with the intent to disturb public peace and law and order. And in fact, the contents of these accounts led to fear and outrage among residents in different parts of the district. A mob then resorted to stone pelting, injuring several people, who carried out arson and vandalism, targeting vehicles, private property and public assets. An FIR was registered at the Sector 20 police station on 13th of April under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and the IT Act against 2 social media handles, and a probe was later initiated. The police commissioner said that the incidents of violence were reported at 2 locations, with a majority of those involved identified as outsiders. Among the 62 arrested were the alleged people involved in rioting and arson on the day of the protest. 13 cases have been registered in connection with these incidents. The police commissioner said that the situation in the district has returned to normal since Wednesday. A flag march was conducted in the morning and patrolling is underway in some of these security sectors to ensure that the mob remains under control, and the police continues to patrol some of these areas. According to the police commissioner, sector-based security arrangement has now been made by the Noida police. Moving on, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has termed the TCS Nashik case as very serious, saying that the state government is taking the matter and treating it with utmost urgency. Speaking on the issue, Fadnavis said that an operational module was involved in the case, indicating a possible organized crime angle behind the incident. He added that the authorities are currently probing the matter in detail and all necessary action will be taken as per the law. The Chief Minister's remarks come amid ongoing investigation into the TCS Nashik case, which has triggered concerns in the state administration. And the Nashik police is currently probing those wide-scale conversion cases. And the Chief Minister says that the probe is being conducted thoroughly. In fact, a video has also emerged now of the main accused in the TCS conversion racket. The main accused, Tausif, was seen making Gopal, who was another employee, wear a cap, a skull cap, that signified his conversion. The video is estimated to be 2 years old. That is as far as the evidence collected in the matter. A video has also emerged, which is estimated to be at least 2 years old. Gopal, who was one of the male victims in the case, has alleged forced religious conversion. The Nashik police says they're seeking help of the State Intelligence Department, Anti-Terrorism Squad and the National Investigation Agency, even as the team from National Commission for Women is slated to send a fact-finding team to the spot. The police has registered 9 FIRs between 23rd of March and 3rd of April, 1 at the Diolalli camp and 8 at Mumbai Naka police station, based on complaints by at least 9 junior employees alleging sexual abuse, harassment and religious coercion.
मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे। इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी।
All right, that's all the time I have on the show. We'll be back in just a bit.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. I see you, my daughter, 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud. For you, only natural diamonds.
After a blockbuster first season, where corporate giants and industry leaders ruled the court, TV9 Network presents the ultimate corporate badminton championship Season 2. A battle of skill, speed and supremacy, with a massive 5 lakh rupee prize pool across categories at Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy, Gachibowli, Hyderabad, from the 15th to the 17th May 2026. The court is set. Let the battles begin. Catch the action only on TV9 Network. To register, log on to www.tv9x.com.
Associate sponsor KL Deemed to be University. Venue partner Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy.
हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी न रुके, सिर्फ इसीलिए कहीं मजबूत पुल बना है। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया बनता रहेगा तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Sometimes I'm confused, sometimes distracted. Still, I chase my dreams. I raise my voice for what I believe in. Winning at life is my habit. Yes. My life is in my hands.
Senco presents Bangal Utsav.
In Kerala, politics turns tense yet again.
Kadalindi Makalakka Namaskaram.
Can fate and Sabrimala torpedo politics? Will corruption allegations decide the mandate?
LDF leadership is corrupt. BJP and LDF are joined together.
From the ground, the questions that matter. The voices that shape the vote. India votes. Only on News 9. This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News 9. English news as it should be.
Welcome back. You're watching News 9. I'm Shweta Kothari here. The headlines we're tracking at this hour. Rahul Gandhi slams centre over delimitation bill, says the government is attempting to rejig India's political map. Sharp political exchanges erupt over Rahul Gandhi's speech in Lok Sabha. Rajnath Singh demands apology from Rahul Gandhi for making remarks targeting Prime Minister Modi. Cabinet ministers hold a meeting on the 131st constitutional amendment. Government to go ahead with voting on the bill shortly. Prime Minister Modi says nation's women are looking at us for affirmative action. Big setback for Pawan Kheda. Supreme Court refuses to extend Kheda's transit bail. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis assures that a thorough probe will be conducted into TCS conversion. An assault case, says the government is working to end the module. Actor Jacqueline Fernandez to turn into a government witness in the 215 crore money laundering case linked to Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Welcome back. We continue to track the latest emerging from West Asia. The Ministry of External Affairs has now confirmed that India has received an invitation to participate in a meeting being held between Britain and France regarding the reopening of Strait of Hormuz. The meeting is scheduled to begin within the next few hours in Paris. There's a confirmation coming now from Ministry of External Affairs confirming that India has received an invitation to participate in a meeting being held by Britain and France regarding the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and the planning around reopening Strait of Hormuz. The meeting is expected to begin shortly in Paris. All right, there's a confirmation coming in now as far as that meeting to reopen the Strait of Hormuz between global leaders is concerned. India has now been asked to participate in that meeting, which is expected to begin very shortly in Paris. Remember, Strait of Hormuz is a global energy choke point at the moment, in contention after the beginning of Iran war. And since the beginning of Iran war in since the beginning of Iran war on 28th of February, we are given to understand that as global leaders now try to figure out ways to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, convince Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, India has now been asked to participate in a crucial meeting to deliberate on the ways and measures to do that. Joining me on the show is my colleague Shivang Mathur. Shivang, हमें बताया जा रहा है कि भारत को इन्विटेशन मिला है जहां कुछ ही देर में पेरिस में एक मीटिंग शुरू होने वाली है स्ट्रैटेजाइज करने के लिए कि किस तरीके से स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज को ओपन किया जाए। एक कॉन्फर्मेशन आ रहा है एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से कि भारत को पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका मिला है, जहां पेरिस में भारत अपनी बात रखेगा और स्ट्रैटेजी में पार्टिसिपेट करेगा।
जी, आपने ठीक कहा। विदेश मंत्रालय के जो प्रवक्ता है रणदीप जायसवाल, अभी उनकी प्रेस वार्ता समाप्त हुई है। उसमें उन्होंने कंफर्म किया है कि भारत जो है उसको न्योता दिया गया है ब्रिटेन और फ्रांस द्वारा। एक ऐसी बैठक आयोजित की जा रही है जो कुछ ही घंटों में शुरू होगी। उसमें भारत अपना पार्टिसिपेशन करेगा और उसका मुख्य मुद्दा होगा जो स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज है उसको फिर से खोलने के मुद्दे पर चर्चा होगी। आपको याद होगा कुछ दिनों पहले यूके ने भी एक इस तरह की बैठक की थी। उस बैठक के बाद भी कोई नतीजे बड़े खास तो नहीं निकले, लेकिन पूरी दुनिया जिस तरीके से अपनी एनर्जी की कंज्यूम को जरूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए लगातार स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मूज को खोलने की बात कर रही है, उसको लेके फ्रांस ने एक बड़ी बैठक बुलाई है। भारत इस अहम समुद्री मार्ग पर हो रही गतिविधियों को करीबी तौर पर मॉनिटर कर रहा है, ये भी आज विदेश मंत्रालय ने कहा। और साथ ही अंतर्राष्ट्रीय साझेदार जो हैं, जो उसके फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनके साथ मिलकर अपनी जो ऊर्जा आपूर्ति है और जो समुद्री सुरक्षा से जुड़े मुद्दे हैं उन पर अपनी जो भूमिका है वो सक्रिय तौर पर निभा रहा है।
All right, thank you very much for those details, Shivang. India, of course, has now been invited to those conversations. Remember, a previous conversation, as Shivang was pointing out, being conducted was held by the UK that did not result into fruition. There's still a blockade at the Strait of Hormuz through which passes 20% of the global energy supply needs. Now, India has joined once again the global push to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know whether there will be any fruitful conversations there, if whether a strategy which is being dwelled on by the UK and France will result in reopening of Strait of Hormuz. But there seems to be a global push now, key talks happening by Europe, being led by Europe, to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is open soon. Moving on now, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron, as I told you earlier, are set to host the virtual meeting of the world leaders to discuss efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, secure vital shipping routes. And not just India, leaders from about 40 countries are expected to participate in the summit, focus on supporting the fragile ceasefire involving Iran and ensure safe passage through key maritime corridor. From the British Prime Minister's office, discussions will include plans to establish an international mission aimed at reopening the strait. The proposed initiative would be strictly defensive in nature, involve a combined military effort to be deployed once the conditions permit. The summit will also deliberate on supporting the work of International Maritime Organization to enhance the safety of vessels and crew navigating the region. So that crucial virtual meeting, which is being led by the British Prime Minister as well as French President, in which India has been invited, as I told you a couple of minutes back, is set to take place shortly, where there will be discussions on how to get the Strait of Hormuz open and secure vital shipping routes. Leaders from as many as 40 countries will be participating in the summit, which will focus on supporting the fragile ceasefire involving Iran and ensure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And India's permanent representative, Ambassador Harish P, on Thursday raised serious concerns over threats to commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, urging immediate restoration of safe navigation while calling for restraint and de-escalation amid ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Delivering India's statement at the UN General Assembly under the veto initiative on the situation in the Middle East, Harish P stressed that maritime security remains critical for India's energy and economic interests. Take a look.
Since the outbreak of the conflict in Iran and the Gulf region on the 28th of February 2026, India had expressed deep concern and urged all states to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, and prioritize safety of civilians. We have urged all states to promote dialogue and diplomacy and de-escalation of tensions, and to purposefully address underlying issues. We have also called for respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. An aspect of particular concern for India, for its energy and economic security, relates to commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. India has deplored the fact that commercial shipping was made a target of military attacks in this conflict. The precious lives of Indian seafarers aboard ships have been lost during the course of the conflict. We reiterate that the targeting of commercial shipping and endangering innocent civilian crew members or otherwise impeding the freedom of navigation and commerce in the Strait of Hormuz are unacceptable. International law in this regard must be fully respected. We strongly urge that safe and unimpeded freedom of navigation and global commerce through the Strait of Hormuz be restored at the earliest. India had expressed deep concern.
And highlighting the human cost of the conflict, Harish P. noted that Indian nationals have been among the worst affected victims as a result of the war in West Asia. And Iran so far has shipped nearly 9 million barrels of crude oil from the floating storage in the Gulf of Oman since a US naval blockade took effect on 13th of April, according to tanker tracking data. An additional 2 million barrels were moved just a day earlier ahead of the blockade coming into force. The blockade was imposed after talks between US and Iran collapsed in Pakistan and is aimed at restricting ships traveling to and from Iranian ports. The restrictions target roughly 2 million barrels per day of Iranian oil exports, most of which is normally headed to China. Since the blockade began, several vessels have reversed course and shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has slowed down sharply. Energy traders are now closely watching whether Iran can sustain exports through floating storage transfers, alternate routes, and so-called shadow fleet shipping operations. And the bigger question, does this mean the US blockade of Hormuz remains ineffective? And while most of America's traditional allies maintain their distance from Trump's war in Iran, Pakistan has emerged as a big player to douse the fire. And in the center of all diplomatic efforts to end the conflict between US and Iran, Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir emerged as a mediator, seen running from pillar to post to end the conflict in West Asia. After his high-level talks in Tehran to arrange another round of negotiations between the two warring nations, Asim Munir is also now heading to Washington. The initial round of talks in Islamabad last week ended without a deal. Now, White House says that the second round of discussions will take place in Pakistan, while describing the country as the only mediator in the effort to end the war so far. Trump said he would go to Pakistan if the deal is signed in Islamabad. In fact, he has also praised Asim Munir and Pakistan Prime Minister, saying that the Field Marshal has been great.
I would go to Pakistan, yeah. Pakistan has been great. They've been so good. Islamabad, I might go. Yeah. If the deal is signed in Islamabad, I might go. The Field Marshal has been great. The Prime Minister has been really great in Pakistan. So I might go. They want me to go.
Now, earlier, Asim Munir was in Iran to relay the message from the US. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi welcomed, in fact, Munir's visit. Pakistan has been acting as the main mediator between Iran and the US to end the war in West Asia. US President Donald Trump on Tuesday said that he was not considering extending the ceasefire with Iran, predicting an amazing 2 days ahead amid renewed diplomatic efforts with Tehran for an agreement to end the war. But reports on Wednesday indicated that a ceasefire extension was on the table as US and Iranian negotiators are trying to reach an agreement. Take a look.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago. I would say the fighting, if there's no deal, fighting resumes.
And Donald Trump on Friday said he had a very good conversation with his friend Prime Minister Modi, highlighting strong US-India ties amid the escalating West Asia crisis. Referring to their recent phone call, Trump said the discussions focused on bilateral relations and regional security concerns. The Trump-Modi call comes against the backdrop of the ongoing conflict involving the US, Israel and Iran. The leaders exchanged views on evolving situation in West Asia, including the implication of Iran war on global stability and energy markets. The US and Iran had earlier agreed to a 2-week ceasefire on 7th of April following talks in Pakistan. The US has now been pressurizing Tehran to abandon its nuclear weapons and its ambitions to enrich uranium and halt those efforts entirely. Take a look.
Mr. President, you spoke with Prime Minister Modi just a couple of days ago. What was the conversation like? What is it that is on the table now?
I had a very good talk with him, and he's a friend of mine from India, and he's doing great. We had a very good conversation.
Moving on now, ahead of second round of peace talks between the US and Iran, US President Donald Trump has claimed Tehran has agreed to hand over its stockpile of enriched uranium and that the two sides were close to a peace deal after nearly 6 weeks of conflict.
The big thing we have to do is we have to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because if they do, you want to talk about problems, you'd have problems. So very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
And while speaking to reporters, the US President emphasized that Washington has to make sure that Tehran does not have a nuclear weapon. And when asked whether a proposed minimum 20-year period for Iran to halt uranium enrichment would be acceptable, Trump said that any agreement must permanently prevent Tehran from acquiring nuclear weapons and rejected the idea of a time-bound arrangement. Trump said that Iran was showing greater flexibility during discussions aimed at ending hostilities after weeks of conflict. In fact, Trump has also claimed that Israel and Lebanon have agreed to a 10-day ceasefire, which is set to begin at 5 p.m. EST as of Tuesday. According to Donald Trump, this breakthrough came after his conversations with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Lebanese President Joseph Aoun as part of the efforts to move towards a broader peace process in West Asia region. In a post, Donald Trump also revealed that Israeli and Lebanese representatives recently met in Washington, marking their first engagement in over 3 decades. He added that both leaders could soon be invited to the White House, while Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have been tasked with working closely to secure a lasting peace agreement. Earlier, President Joseph Aoun had spoken to Trump, thanked him for efforts to de-escalate tensions while also holding talks with Secretary Marco Rubio, signaling momentum on the diplomatic front. Meanwhile, Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has welcomed the ceasefire announcement, thanking multiple countries, including the US, France, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar and Jordan for their role in mediation. Adding to the response, UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres has welcomed the announcement of a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. He praised the role of US in facilitating the move and said he hopes it will pave the way for long-term negotiations and lasting peace in the region. He also urged all parties to fully respect the ceasefire, comply with international law at all times. However, it's important to note that there's been no formal joint confirmation yet from either Israeli or Lebanese side on the ceasefire timeline announced by Donald Trump.
I think they will. I think it's going to be, actually, it's very exciting because it's 48 years. We're going to be meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, as you know, and the president of Lebanon. And I had a great talk with both of them today. They're going to be having a ceasefire, and that'll include Hezbollah. And I think it could be number 10 for me.
I'm against the ceasefire because if we do the ceasefire right now, it's going to be a problem because we have to get into the war again in about a month, maybe 2 months. It never ends. We have to finish it right now.
I think that if this is a real ceasefire, then it's long overdue. There is no territorial dispute here. It's just an Iranian proxy called Hezbollah, drowning the whole region down. I think it would be best for the people of Lebanon and the people of Israel to end this war. Not just a ceasefire, but a peace agreement, a real peace agreement. No one will lose anything. There's only something to gain here for everyone. Hezbollah needs to go back to Iran.
Ceasefire, there's no ceasefire now. I hope there'll be a ceasefire, which means we're going to live in a much better way of life. We'll wait for it. But since now, who knows?
It is ice breaking. The point was that when the second round of talk, which was to take place between US and Iran, so the Iran had put a condition that there can't be any further talk until there is a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. So once that has been achieved, I think now that there are possibility of having a second round of peace talk between US and Iran in possibly in Islamabad. Now, why these peace talks have been successful? Remember that initially only that the US has basically forced both the president of Lebanon, on Joseph, and the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, to come to the Washington. After 34 years, they had a direct talk, and now the peace has been brokered and there will be a ceasefire for 10 days. I think it is a step in the right direction. It will also help in the second round of negotiation. Now, the problem here is not Lebanon. There is no problem between Israel and Lebanon. The problem is between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. And remember, there are three proxies: Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthi. Out of them, Hamas is a Sunni militant group, whereas the Hezbollah and Houthi rebel are Shia militant group. And now, as far as Hezbollah is concerned, they say that we are not going to follow this ceasefire. And Hezbollah is the one which is in the southern Lebanon, and they are the one which are attacking the northern part of Israel. And almost 1 lakh people have been, you can say, settled down to a different place. Now, what Israel is trying to do is trying to push Hezbollah toward the central part of Lebanon and go up to Litani River, which is about 30 kilometers, make it a buffer zone. And this fight is going on, and there was a guerrilla warfare being done by Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is quite strong. Because they have got weapons from Iran, and they have got the best of the weapons in terms of missile rocket drones. But certainly, in case if this peace prevails in between Israel and Hezbollah, and that is a part of Lebanon, I think it's a step in the right direction. It will have a positive impact.
Time now for a very short break. News and updates will continue.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Sometimes I'm confused, sometimes distracted. Still, I chase my dreams. I raise my voice for what I believe in. Winning at life is my habit. Yes. My life is in my hands.
Senco presents Bangal Utsav.
हंसता है, खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
Others see a teenage tantrum. I see you standing your ground. I see you, my daughter, 16 and already owning your story. And I couldn't be more proud. For you, only natural diamonds.
After a blockbuster first season, where corporate giants and industry leaders ruled the court, TV9 Network presents the ultimate corporate badminton championship season 2. A battle of skill, speed and supremacy, with a massive 5 lakh rupee prize pool across categories at Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy, Gachibowli, Hyderabad, from the 15th to the 17th May 2026. The court is set. Let the battles begin. Catch the action only on TV9 Network. To register, log on to www.tv9x.com.
Associate sponsor KL Deemed to be University. Venue partner Pullala Gopichand Badminton Academy.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Welcome back. You're watching News9. A fresh political storm has erupted in Parliament as Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi launched a sharp attack on the government over Women's Reservation Bill and its linkage to delimitation. Gandhi argued that the proposed measure is not genuinely about women's empowerment at all, but is instead aimed at reshaping India's electoral landscape. He warned that the move could sideline crucial issues of representation, particularly for OBCs, Dalit and marginalized communities, by bypassing caste census framework. Raising serious federal concerns, Gandhi alleged that delimitation could lead to a reduction in representation for southern, northeastern and smaller states. He claimed that the exercise was driven by political considerations rather than constitutional principles. The leader of the opposition further cautioned that such a move could alter the balance of power across states, intensifying political battle over representation, federalism and electoral fairness as the debate over the bill deepens in the parliament. Gandhi also caused a political storm in Lok Sabha after he referred to the Prime Minister as a magician during a debate, triggering sharp political reactions from the Treasury benches as well as the ruling government, prompting intervention from the Speaker and the Chair himself. In fact, Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla expressed strong objection to the language used and ordered that the contentious reference be expunged from the House records.
This is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Houses don't have castes. The point is not whether houses have castes or don't have castes. The point is whether the caste census is going to be used for representation in Parliament, Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. And what you're trying to do now is trying to make sure that caste census has nothing to do with representation for the next 10 years, 15 years, so that you can kick the ball down the street. What you're doing, because you're scared of what is happening in the politics of this country, you're scared of the erosion of your strength, you're trying to rejig the Indian political map. You have done it in Assam, you've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, and now you're imagining that you can do it in India. And you need a constitutional amendment to do that. Now let me explain what you are doing. You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small states in India that in order for the BJP to remain in power, we are going to take away representation from you. This is nothing short of an anti-national act. The entire opposition is going to defeat this attempt of yours to attack the nation state and deprive OBCs and Dalits of their rightful place in society. Entire financial structure of India, where are the Dalits? Where are the OBCs? Where are the Adivasis? Top bureaucracy of this country. आपका गलती है. Where are they? Judiciary, private sector, private hospital sector, healthcare sector, education sector. Earlier, there used to be something called the public sector. Sector provided space for Dalits, OBCs. You've removed it, demolished it, handed it over to your friends.
It was such a headache to listen to him. He was going through his childhood traumas, and then he took us through the magic show जो उन्होंने बचपन में देखा था, एक मैजिशियन के टेबल पे, और उसको उन्होंने जंजीरों से बांधा था और उनको रात को थरथरा के कंपन होते थे और दादी कहानियां सुनाती थी. एंड इट वाज अ न्यूसेंस. अध्यक्ष जी ने भी उन्हें कहा कि आप ये बंद करिए, तो उन्होंने कहा आपको मजे आएंगे, आप मजे लो. इट वाज अ न्यूसेंस एंड वी आर सो सॉरी फॉर द स्टेट ऑफ थिंग्स हियर, बिकॉज सारी दुनिया देख रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है, और मजाक बना के उन्होंने संसद भवन का रखा है.
From Kangana Ranaut, who's a BJP MP, suggesting that what Rahul Gandhi said in the parliament was nuisance. But moving on, ahead of voting in Lok Sabha, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has met with Prime Minister Modi. Key discussions before voting on the Women's Reservation Bill are currently on, with senior ministers now meeting with Prime Minister Modi. But specifically, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has met with Prime Minister Modi before the key voting in Lok Sabha on Women's Reservation Bill. As the special session of Parliament enters its second day today to debate the Women's Reservation Bill, the opposition has sharpened its attack, raising key structural concerns with the bill. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor led the charge, questioning the government's decision to link the implementation of women's reservation to delimitation. Tharoor argued that delimitation is a deeply contentious and complex exercise that demands wider consultation and serious debate. He warned that tying reservation to such a process risks delaying its implementation, could disturb the delicate balance between smaller and larger states. Raising broader constitutional concerns, Tharoor flagged the absence of discussion on expanding seats in the Rajya Sabha, cautioning that such imbalance could have implications for federalism and even impact electoral dynamics of the president and the vice president. With sharp political messaging, Tharoor described the delimitation as a disruptive exercise and even compared it to political demonetization.
The representation of half of our population in the hallowed halls of our parliament. Decades, the Women's Reservation Bill has been long promised, frequently discussed, perpetually delayed, like waiting for Godot of our political system. Today, we stand at a threshold where there is remarkably a near unanimous political consensus in favor of women's reservation. Every major party in this House recognizes that the time for tokenism is over and the era of equal partnership must begin. And yet I'm finding myself deeply perturbed by the legislative exercise before us. The Prime Minister says the government has brought Nari Shakti, a gift of justice, but he has wrapped it in barbed wire, tethering the implementation of women's reservation to the expansion of Parliament, to numbers from the 2011 census, and an exercise of delimitation. Why, Mr. Speaker, why must we entangle a moral imperative with a demographic minefield? Women's reservation is ready for harvest. खेत की फसल काटने के लिए तैयार है दोस्तों. It can and should be implemented immediately based on our existing parliamentary strength. To link it to delimitation is to hold the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious and complex administrative exercises in our nation's history. Sir, delimitation is not a mere bureaucratic rearranging of maps. It is a profound shift in political power that is intended. Linking women's reservation to it effectively holds the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious political exercises in our history. Such an exercise, sir, carries risks that could strain the very fabric of our federalism, as you heard from the previous speaker. Any delimitation exercise is fraught with complications that could tear at the very fabric of our federalism. We must be candid about what is at stake when constituencies are redrawn based on either current population figures or even the 2011 census.
NDMK MP Kanimohi on Friday criticized the Constitution Amendment Bill, calling the delimitation process to increase the number of seats in Lok Sabha the greatest assault on the federal structure. Addressing the Lok Sabha while adorning a black sari in protest, Kanimohi criticized the centre's move to notify the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam 2023 in the Gazette last night, with 1/3 reservation for women legislators being discussed currently in the Parliament. So she said while the bill is being discussed, the government surreptitiously notified the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam midnight. Terming population-based delimitation as an injustice to southern states, she noted that Tamil Nadu's fertility rate has come down to 1.6 and the state has completed its demographic transitions as well.
I want to tell this house about a family in Tamil Nadu, a mother and a father, first generation literates. They had only 2 children, not 5, not 6, because they believed in family planning, because the government told them that was the right thing for the country, because they wanted their children to have a better life. That is the story of Tamil Nadu and the South Indian states. Today, Tamil Nadu's total fertility rate is 1.6, lower than France, lower than Australia, lower than United States, your friends. We have completed what the demographers call a demographic transition. Our population is stable. Our women are educated. By every measure of human development, Tamil Nadu is a success story the country has to be proud of. But what does this government say to that family in Tamil Nadu? It says, sorry, you made a wrong choice. You made a mistake by listening to us. You made a mistake by listening to this, because you cared about this country, because you put the country first. You have to suffer. We are going to reduce your representation. Uttar Pradesh's population has grown by 120% since 1971. Tamil Nadu's only by 15%. And contrary to what the Home Minister said yesterday, Clause 4 of the delimitation bill clearly states that the allocations of seats will be on the basis of the latest census figures. The Home Minister says one thing, the bill says another thing. Now the latest available census is 2011. But again, according to the 2011 formula, UP gains 13 seats. Tamil Nadu loses 11 seats. But the Home Minister yesterday told us that by increasing 50%, Tamil Nadu will gain 39 seats, and which has 39 seats will gain 59. Sir, our ideological leader Periyar taught us, justice is not giving every person the same thing. Justice is giving every person what they need and what they deserve. But unfortunately, your government thinks What it needs and what it deserves is what the whole nation deserves and what the whole nation needs. Other than this, let me state two critical legal issues present in the bill. The Constitution bill says that the delimitation will be based on such census as Parliament may by law determine. This is vague and leaves everything open. This literally means that whichever party has a majority in Parliament gets to decide which census it is used to draw the electoral map of this country. Today, you might choose 2011. Tomorrow, you can choose 31. And day after, it can be 1991. This shows a non-application of mind or a mind determined to push its own agenda on this country.
And not just Kanimoy, DMK Chief Minister and Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has sharply escalated his attack on the union government over the proposed delimitation legislation, questioning the urgency behind the move to bring the bill. Stalin said that the exercise appears driven by narrow and self-serving objectives and criticized what he called a tendency to seek refuge in speed rather than substance. Drawing an analogy, he said, it was like demoting an employee who met targets and promoting the one who failed, suggesting that the process unfairly distorts performance and representation. The Tamil Nadu Chief Minister also said that linking women's reservation to post-census delimitation is unnecessary and also misleading at the same time. He argued that there is no constitutional barrier to implement 33% women's reservation within the existing 543 seats in Lok Sabha. Stalin further said that invoking women's empowerment in this context is a smokescreen aiming to mask the lifting of the 1971 seat freeze and legitimizing what he called an inequitable exercise. He warned that such a move could disturb the carefully maintained federal balance of the country, calling for greater scrutiny. Stalin said that delimitation is not a mechanical exercise in arithmetic, but an act of constitutional statesmanship. He said that if the Constitution is to endure a charter of trust, its amendment must be guided by principle and not politics. He also said that verbal assurance from Union Home Minister Amit Shah are not sufficient, called for stronger legal and constitutional guarantees in the process. Shifting focus now amid the ongoing controversy regarding the Nashik TCS harassment and conversion case, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has termed the case as very serious, saying that the state government is taking the matter and treating it with utmost urgency. Speaking on the issue, Fadnavis said that an operational module was involved in the case, indicating a possible organized crime angle behind the incident. He added that authorities are currently probing the matter in detail. All necessary action will be taken as per law. The Chief Minister's remarks come amid ongoing investigation into the TCS Nashik case, which has triggered concerns in the state administration. Meanwhile, a video has emerged of the main accused in TCS conversion racket. Tausif in the video can be seen making Gopal, who's another employee, wear a skull cap signifying his conversion. The video is estimated to be at least 2 years old. Gopal is the only male victim in the case, has alleged forced religious conversion. Nasik Police has sought help of State Intelligence Department, Anti-Terrorism Squad, National Investigation Agency, even as team of National Commission for Women is slated to send a fact-finding team and a fact-finding committee to Nashik. The police has now registered 9 FIRs between 3rd of April and 26th of March, 1 at the Diolalli camp and 8 at Mumbai Naka police stations, based on complaints by at least 9 junior employees of the BPO who have alleged sexual abuse, harassment and religious coercion.
मामला बहुत सीरियस मामला है और इस पर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई हम लोग कर रहे हैं और बिल्कुल ध्यान में आता है कि एक मॉड्यूल के तहत इसको किया गया है। फॉर्चुनेटली टीसीएस जैसी कंपनी ने बहुत बड़ी भूमिका इसमें ली है, किसी को भी शील्ड हम नहीं करेंगे। इस प्रकार की भूमिका टीसीएस ने ली है और टीसीएस के प्रमुख ने भी इसकी बहुत निंदा की है और मुझे लगता है कि इस मॉड्यूल के तार कहां तक है, इसकी जांच हम लोग करेंगे। हम लोगों ने सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को भी इत्तला दी है और आवश्यकता के अनुसार उनकी भी मदद इसमें ली जाएगी।
The Tata Consultancy Services Nashik case is gaining more and more attention, with a former employee now raising concerns about the work environment at the company's Nashik office. The employee alleged that some team leaders abused their authority and created a harmful workplace environment for the female staff. The report by the NDTV added that the employee claimed that the desks meant for the official work were used to mentally and morally exploit the female employees. The employee alleged that accused used vulgar language when calling women to the team leaders' desk. Talking to NDTV, the former employee said that all the accused, especially their manner of communication, were completely vulgar. Girls were called to the TL desk and subject to obscene language, unimaginable in any professional or commercial office. The employee also alleged that one of the main individuals, Tausif Attar, made offensive remarks about the Hindu religious practices. She added that during the Hindu festivals, when female staff wore traditional dress, they were mocked at and questions raised about their attire. Talking to NDTV, the employee said that whenever the Hindu girls used to wear their traditional dresses on the festivals, the TLs would mock them and make remarks about their attire. The employee also said that a colleague named Krishna, who used to sport a Rudraksha, was converted to Islam later. The ex-employee alleged that strict guidelines were enforced inside the office in the name of security. Employees were allegedly instructed to leave their phones, bags and even lunch boxes outside the work floor, a move she claimed was aimed to ensure that any questionable activities went undocumented. The employee also said that two other staff members, Danish and Raza, allegedly arranged weekend trips by booking hotels and resorts from the office. She alleged that young women staffers were pressured to join these outings. The accused and reportedly the absconding HR official Nida Khan has approached the Nashik court. She has filed an application for an anticipatory bail to avoid the arrest. A hearing on her plea is expected soon in the court, and its outcome could play a crucial role in determining the course of the further action. Meanwhile, the investigation agencies are continuously probing the case, examining its link and uncovering new details. The matter is also under close legal scrutiny.
And of course, the latest on that, following allegations of the alleged conversion racket, TCS has also suspended HR executive Nida Khan. News9 has now accessed her suspension letter. And in the TCS conversion case, the accused HR Nida Khan had approached a Nashik court for bail. She had filed an application for anticipatory bail to avoid arrest. The petition has been filed in the Nashik District Sessions Court. A hearing on this petition is expected to take place tomorrow. In fact, what News9 has accessed is her anticipatory bail application. Now remember, Nida Khan is the only absconding female accused in the conversion case. The other 9 accused involved in the case are linked to the TCS Nashik branch, are all men in fact. She is the only woman who worked alongside the suspects who are accused of forced conversion and sexual assault. Meanwhile, investigating agencies are continuously probing the case. They're examining its links and the emerging details. The matter is also under close legal scrutiny.
With each passing day, a new big revelation in the TCS Nashik case is grabbing the headlines across the nation. As per the latest reports, one of the accused, Nida Khan, who had been absconding since the case came to the fore, has now applied for an anticipatory bail. Sources suggest that Nida Khan has sought the anticipatory bail, suggesting that she is pregnant. Multiple teams are on high alert and are likely to catch Nida Khan in the next few hours. Nida Khan has now emerged at the center of the forced conversion racket at the TCS Nasik branch. A report by India Today suggests that Nida Khan, who was previously reported to be the TCS Nasik HR head, was originally employed as a telecaller with the company. Multiple complaints in the TCS Nasik case alleging forced conversion and targeting of Hindu girls aged between 18 and 25 has shocked the nation. So far, 9 complaints have been filed in the case, including the one by a male employee who has also claimed religious harassment and attempted conversion by the senior staffers. Complaints also allege that the accused at the higher posts abused Hindu deities, forced women to consume non-vegetarian food items, and mocked them during the Hindu festivals. 8 people have been arrested so far in the TCS Nashik case, including 7 men: Danish Sheikh, Tausif Attar, Raza Memon, Shahrukh Qureshi, Shafi Sheikh, Asif Akhtar Ansar, and Shahrukh Sheikh, and 1 woman. Following the arrests, operations at the TCS Nashik office have reportedly been suspended and the staff has been asked to work from home. After police arrested 6 employees in connection with the case, the company suspended them following an internal review. Till now, at least 9 cases have been linked to alleged conversion attempts. A special investigation team is probing the matter, while reports indicate that the central agencies have also launched a separate inquiry. Investigators are also examining whether any organized network or external funding was involved in the case.
Moving on now, thousands of people defied prohibitory orders in Manipur's Imphal West district and took out a torch rally to protest the recent bomb attack in which 2 children were killed, triggering clashes with security forces. Thousands carrying torches began their rally at about 7 p.m. on Thursday at Singjamei, demanding immediate arrest of those responsible for the 7th of April blast in Bishnupur district that claimed the lives of 2 children. Officials said that some protesters raised slogans against security forces, verbally abused personnel deployed at the spot. And after covering nearly 2 kilometers, the rally reached Chingamathak, a few kilometers from Chief Minister's bungalow, police headquarters and Lok Bhavan. Security personnel, who were heavily outnumbered there, asked the protesters to turn back as prohibitory orders were in force, leading to confrontation. The situation turned volatile soon. Security forces fired several rounds of tear gas shells, resorted to baton charging to disperse the crowd as well. Several youth allegedly pelted stones at the forces, further escalating the matter. Several people were injured in the clashes. At least 5 were taken to a nearby hospital for minor injuries and breathing difficulties caused by tear gas smoke. Orders prohibiting the movement of individuals outside their residence from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. remain in force following violent protests that erupted after the Thronglaburi bomb attack. And actor Jacqueline Fernandez has sought to turn a police approver in the 215 crore money laundering case linked to Sukesh Chandrasekhar. From 2020 June to May of 2021, conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar used some mobile applications and voice modulation softwares, made several calls to Aditi Singh, wife of former Ranbaxy owner Shivendra Singh, who is in jail. Sukesh, posing as an officer, sometimes as Law Secretary, Home Secretary, a representative of Home Minister Amit Shah and representative of Prime Minister's office, extorted nearly 215 crore rupees from Aditi on the pretext of helping her husband get out of jail. That's all the time I have. Thank you very much for watching.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? सिर्फ इसलिए कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आए और ये दोनों उनकी गोदी में छलांग मार पाए। देश के #1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं, बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
They want to attack us, they want to target us, so we have to defend ourselves.
They are punishing countries outside the region as well, like India, and like countries in South and East Asia. This is completely unacceptable.
But it amounts more to harassment than anything else. The big problem that they've created now is the closure of the strait.
Ultimately, the main purpose of this exercise is, frankly, to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
We have to watch them carefully and closely as Israelis, but we have also to be patient and understand this is the nature of negotiations when it comes to Iran.
But even with a temporary pause, both are looking for deliverables for their political constituency.
Whenever they've got involved in a war on behalf of somebody else, there isn't been just an altruistic purpose. They've been involved in it for their own purpose as well.
Welcome to this edition of the AI Report.
Accepted.
Diamonds are no longer just about tradition. They are about emotion, identity, and storytelling. At the forefront of this shift is Taranj Mehta, Vice President Marketing of De Beers India. With the Standout with Love from Dad campaign, she is reimagining how diamonds connect with a new generation, turning them into powerful symbols of personal bonds and modern love. Redefining luxury through emotion, Taranj Mehta is leading a narrative shift in the diamond industry. She is our brand wala.
What you saw me on the field and off the field is like chalk and cheese.
Is leadership acquired or leaders are born?
No guts, no glory, no pain, no gain.
My tendency is to go for magic, not for perfection.
I never give up. I like to win.
If you believe you can, you can.
Just me being here, it's a statement.
You define a concept called against all odds. You seem to be a Destiny's Child. When chips are down, the whole team could have looked up to you, said, Dada is still there.
Every time, whether I scored 100 or a Sachin scored 100 or a Rahul scored 100 or a Sehwag scored 100, the scoreboard said India won.
There is a quality about me, which is why perhaps people feel I'm a perfectionist, because I don't get tired easily.
Let the kids know and the families know that one of the best ways to get a good education, go to a good school and a good college anywhere in the world, is if you play a sport well.
How would it be possible for a person, ordinary person, for me to know?
ये एक्टिंग कर रहा है या ये सच कर रहा है?
ये जो बात है।
I'm not a very good actor in real life. Real life मेरे चेहरे पे दिख जाता है झूठ बोल रही है।
In Germany, the biggest newspaper was written on the first page, "This is a finishing from Lothar Matthäus' career." This was motivating me.
I was literally on my phone at home and they're like, oh, we have the results. We suggest that you remove your breast. And I'm like, wait, what?
When I started stumbling and I started making the mistakes, that I realized that now that person who I have not forgiven 2 years back, now I know what he feels like.
Very important understanding of life, that you will only get opportunities if you're good. And if you're not good, don't expect opportunities.
The best example I could ever give is Abraham Lincoln, losing every election he ever had till he won the presidency.
You know, I actually have the feeling that my life hasn't started yet.
We all have two lives. The second one begins the day we realize that we only have one life.
Wow.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the South Indian on News9. My name is Sudha Sadanan. As always, fresh headlines at this hour. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to address Lok Sabha on Women's Reservation Bill and Delimitation Bill debate at 6 p.m. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar, why the hurry remark puts BJP on the defensive over Women's Reservation Bill, alleges political motives. Tamil Nadu Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin slams the centre over proposed delimitation, calls it fight between Tamil Nadu and Delhi. Shashi Tharoor warns against delimitation bill, calls for it to be a separate bill from the Women's Reservation Bill, as delimitation bill will turn out to be a political demonetization. Karnataka Cabinet approves the Rohit Vemula Bill to safeguard SC/ST students, clears rupees 13,000 crore infra push. Karnataka government to strictly implement paid menstrual leave policy across all sectors after High Court directive. Congress MLA Vinay Kulkarni, 16 others get life imprisonment in BJP worker Yogesh Gowda's murder crime. All right, we're getting some breaking news at the top of the South Indian. In a significant legal development, the Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court has directed that an FIR be registered against leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi in connection with allegations related to dual citizenship. The order was passed by Justice Subhash Vidyarthi while hearing a petition that raised questions over Rahul Gandhi's citizenship status. The court has now asked authorities to register an FIR and proceed with an investigation into the allegations. Further legal action will depend on the findings of that probe. The case stems from a petition filed before the High Court alleging that Rahul Gandhi may have held dual citizenship, which is not permitted under the Indian law. Following hearings in the matter, the court issued directions for police to formally register the case. breaking news on your screen. And for more on the dual citizenship case status, let me now go across to my colleague Kartikeya Sharma, who's joining us from the newsroom on the phone line. Kartikeya, correct me if I'm wrong, it's about when he was perhaps consulting for a British firm, back ops. Isn't that right, that he said that he was a British citizen, Kartikeya?
Yes, this case refers to that period. And the charges were that, he enjoyed the dual citizenship. That was the charge. And, this verdict has been delivered by the Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court. And Justice Subhash Vidyarthi Sudha has given the order. Now, court has issued directives to register an FIR. I suppose further legal action will follow. Hearing is underway regarding the allegations concerning citizenship. So now the larger issue is, what is the case? So the case is basically about Rahul Gandhi holding dual citizenship. Now this matter, is not of recent origin. I think this matter was taken up earlier also, but I think it remained pending at the court. Now, this petition, so that was filed by S. Vignesh Shishir. He's a BJP worker from Karnataka. He challenged the January 28th, 2026 order of the Special MP-MLA Court, Lucknow, which dismissed his application for an FIR against Rahul Gandhi. He had alleged that Rahul Gandhi held dual citizenship, and Shishir claims to possess documents and confidential emails from the UK government indicating that Rahul is also a British national. The petitioner demanded the registration of FIR against Rahul Gandhi through an investigation into the matter. Notably, the petitioner has leveled serious allegations against him under various sections of the Indian Civil Code, Passport Act and Official Secrets Act. So this matter was dismissed by the lower court. So this gentleman, who is a BJP worker, went to the High Court. Now, you see, this matter can be discussed in Supreme Court also. I think that's not an issue. Issue for Rahul Gandhi is, the trouble in Lok Sabha, heckling, because the FIR is being registered. It's more of a political trouble because, these matters get resolved at the high level. We understand how, the judiciary behaves. So, I personally feel that, I see it in context of what's happening now, all due respect to every agency in the case. But I see it from the political prism. I do not see it from the legal prism, Sudha. I purely see it as a political play.
Kartikeya, very well said that you see it from the prism not of legalese, as it were, but how it's going to pan out so far as, what is unfolding in the parliament is concerned. Kartikeya, I'm also joined by our colleague Brijesh Pandey, whom I can see right now live from the newsroom. Brijesh, this case, correct me if I'm wrong, like Kartikeya said, we see it from the prism of what is unfolding in parliament. In 2019, wasn't it Dr. Subramaniam Swamy who had also kind of highlighted the same case, which our colleague Kartikeya just now said that I'm not going to comment on the legalese of it from the point of view. But dual citizenship, if proven right, a big if there, is a very, very serious breach, don't you think, Brijesh?
Well, it is. But I think, if the government wants to find out about the veracity of the case, it should not take government more than a week to find out whether Rahul Gandhi holds any British passport or not. Or if max to max 1 month, nothing more than that. So I think, if there would have been merit in the case, the government would have long back would have furnished the British passport which Rahul Gandhi is holding, and thereby make him completely ineligible because, the Indian law clearly clearly says that you cannot hold two passports, or you cannot hold dual citizenship, barring there certain exceptions in the OCI cases and others. So this particular judgment must have definitely come as a surprise for Rahul Gandhi, because the lower court did not find any merit in it and had rejected this particular case. So after this, the BJP worker had approached the Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court, and the court has ordered FIR to be registered. I agree with Kartikeya, when he says that this case is more of a political nature than legal, because if the government of the day, if Rahul Gandhi was holding a dual citizenship and is also a British passport holder, I think it would have been exposed by now. So it is not a thing which you can hide in perpetuity. You can hide it for some time, but never. And that you have a government which is opposed to you for the last for more than 11 years. So if there was some merit, it could have been the government would have taken action against Rahul Gandhi long back. So yes, It's a political, I won't call it setback, but yeah, it's a very interesting situation right now for Rahul Gandhi when Lucknow bench of Allahabad High Court has asked an FIR to be registered against Rahul Gandhi. The case is yet to be investigated. We don't know for sure, what exactly are the contours of the case, other than the fact that there are allegations that he holds a British passport and he holds dual citizenship, which is not at all allowed as far as Indian constitution is concerned.
All right, Brijesh, but the thing is that when you look at it also from the prism of perception, the perception against his mother was that she was Italian. You remember the hue and cry which was made, and Sharad Pawar was also one of them who joined the chorus, as it were. For the longest time, she was called Italian, a foreigner, bahu, etc., etc., etc. Now, the thing is, if you look at it from the prism of that, being a foreigner, now it happened back, correct me if I'm wrong, I think early to mid 2000s, right? When he worked for a company called Backup, something, where he worked, it could very well be that he said, hey, listen, I'm British. I mean, to get a job, this is conjecturing. I'm just saying back in the day, maybe he did not have any dream or any kind of a thing to come into Indian politics and in an active fashion. And he said it. Now, if you fill up a form in Britain and where you say citizen, we all do that, right? Indian, whatever. If that is proven, is that a big hot potato for Mr. Rahul Gandhi or not?
Well, I think, a mere claiming that you are a British won't allow you to become a British. I think, whenever any company would want to know whether you are Brit or not, would definitely ask you for your passport. And you will have to submit a photocopy of your passport. And as I said, it's very easy for the government of the day to find out whether Rahul Gandhi holds a British passport or not. It's not like, it's some rocket science that needs reconfiguring. If he wants to, he can, the government of the day can find out whether he holds a British passport or not. And if he does, he holds British passport, then I think he's in a big soup. So it'll be very interesting to find out, on what basis the detail of the case when it emerges, on what basis the learned court had come to this particular decision and has asked for an FIR to be registered. Now, coming to the first part of the question, which you said that Sonia Gandhi was Italian. There were many who believed that that a person who is of Italian origin and was Italian till she married Rajiv Gandhi, late Rajiv Gandhi, and came to politics. There were apprehensions within the party and within the coalition circle that she's not a naturalized Indian-born citizen. Therefore, her becoming the Prime Minister of the case may in one way or other, compromise on the security of the country. And that is the reason why there was a big hue and cry about her, her place of origin, that the fact that she was Italian and later on converted, later on became an Indian citizen. So that was a completely different case. But in this case, Rahul Gandhi is born in India, is an Indian citizen. So for him to be, to say that he holds dual citizenship, and I don't think that the government of India would take a lot of time to figure out whether he holds a British passport or not. They can move an application before the British embassy, or they can make an application. The Minister of External Affairs can move an application before the government of Britain and ask for whether Rahul Gandhi holds a British citizenship or not. Yes, and that particular response will be the full and final of this particular allegation.
Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see, because when I said you fill up a form, you only fill up a form when you are actually the citizen of a country. In case, and there's a big if, Rahul Gandhi does that, and I think it's a big political hot potato that he has in his hands, which he has to juggle. Number two is about perception, because you can go, you can cry till the cows come home, but the perception of that you are a foreigner has stayed for the longest time and damaged this family more than anybody else, not just him, but even his grandfather, Feroz Gandhi. Thank you so much. We shall wait and see what happens. Brijesh Pandey from the newsroom on the latest case about Rahul Gandhi's dual citizenship case. Now, let me tell you what's coming up in the South Indian Women's Quota Bill. How do the numbers stack up in Lok Sabha? Will this be a historic Nari Shakti moment for BJP? Or will the southern states force changes?
आज अपील करने आया हूं आपके पास कि इसको राजनीति के तराजू से मत तोलिए।
आपको जल्दीबाजी क्यों है महिला विधेयक के पक्ष में? हम आप जनगणना क्यों नहीं कराना चाहते?
जनगणना का काम शुरू हो चुका है।
ये बिल महिला विरोधी है, ये बिल जाति जनगणना विरोधी है, ये बिल संविधान विरोधी है।
हमारी नीयत की खोट देश की नारी शक्ति कभी माफ नहीं करेगी।
भाजपा अपना नारी का नारा बनाना चाहती है और बदलने की कोशिश कर रही है।
So you were scared of 2029 election.
Yeah.
You want an escape route to cover up that 2029.
I am as much as Indian from the south like you are. The only difference is I do not speak the language of separatism.
शहंशाहों के गरीबों से ताल्लुक ही नहीं, एक शहंशाह ने दौलत का सहारा लेकर हम गरीबों की मोहब्बत का उड़ाया मजाक।
जो आज विरोध करेंगे उसको लंबे समय तक कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी।
All right, a very important day in Parliament and also for the women and also for those discussing delimitation. The numbers game is tightening in Parliament ahead of the crucial vote today on 3 key constitution amendment bills linked to women's reservation and delimitation. The challenge before the government is clear. The NDA currently does not have the required special majority in Lok Sabha to pass these amendments. Any constitutional amendment requires 2/3 of members present and voting, and that number must also be at least half of the total strength of the House. With 540 MPs currently in the Lok Sabha, the effective magical numbers, as it were, stands at 360 votes. The NDA strength at present is 293 MPs, which means the government is 67 votes short of the required numbers, and if all members are present. This leaves the government with limited options. It can go ahead with voting and risk defeat, attempt last-minute changes to address concerns raised by southern states and regional parties, or send the bill to a select committee to buy time and build consensus. With several fence-sitting parties still weighing their pros and cons, their stand, today's vote could prove decisive, not just for the women's reservation, but also for the larger roadmap of delimitation and Lok Sabha expansion ahead of 2029. The other aspect of it, Prime Minister Narendra Modi appealed to members of Parliament to support the legislation, calling it a rare opportunity to strengthen women's participation in democracy. He urged the MPs to reflect on the women in their own families and said the passage of the amendment would ensure justice for India's Nari Shakti while making the country's democratic institutions stronger. The centre has also attempted to reassure southern states over concerns linked to delimitation. Union Home Minister Amit Shah maintained that seat expansion will not reduce the representation or the representative share of southern states in Lok Sabha. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, launched a strong attack on the government, alleging the legislation is not genuinely about women's empowerment at all. Rahul Gandhi argued the move is aimed at altering India's electoral map and warned that southern states, northeastern states and smaller states risk losing representation. Rahul described the proposal as an attempt to reshape political power balances and said the opposition would resist the exercise. Listen in.
What you're doing, because you're scared of what is happening in the politics of this country, you're scared of the erosion of your strength, you're trying to rejig the Indian political map. You have done it in Assam, you've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, and now you're imagining that you can do it in India. And you need a constitutional amendment to do that. Now let me explain what you are doing. You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small states in India that in order for the BJP to remain in power, we are going to take away representation from you. This is nothing short of an anti-national act. This is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India.
Congress MP Dr. Shashi Tharoor questioned the decision to link women's reservation to delimitation. He argued delimitation is a complex and sensitive constitutional exercise that requires deeper consultations and wider consensus. Tharoor warned that tying reservation to delimitation risked delaying implementation and could disturb the balance between smaller and larger states. Listen in.
For decades, the Women's Reservation Bill has been long promised, frequently discussed, perpetually delayed, like waiting for Godot of our political system. Today, we stand at a threshold where there is remarkably a near unanimous political consensus in favor of women's reservation. Every major party in this House recognizes that the time for tokenism is over and the era of equal partnership must begin. And yet I'm finding myself deeply perturbed by the legislative exercise before us. The Prime Minister says the government has brought Nari Shakti, a gift of justice, but he has wrapped it in barbed wire, tethering the implementation of women's reservation to the expansion of Parliament, to numbers from the 2011 census, and an exercise of delimitation. Why, Mr. Speaker, why must we entangle a moral imperative with a demographic minefield? Women's reservation is ready for harvest. खेत की फसल काटने के लिए तैयार है दोस्तों. It can and should be implemented immediately based on our existing parliamentary strength. To link it to delimitation is to hold the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious and complex administrative exercises in our nation's history. Sir, delimitation is not a mere bureaucratic rearranging of maps. It is a profound shift in political power that is intended. Linking women's reservation to it effectively holds the aspirations of Indian women hostage to one of the most contentious political exercises in our history. Such an exercise, sir, carries risks that could strain the very fabric of our federalism, as you heard from the previous speaker. Any delimitation exercise is fraught with complications that could tear at the very fabric of our federalism. We must be candid about what is at stake when constituencies are redrawn based on either current population figures or even the 2011 census.
DMK MP Kanimuri Karunanidhi described the proposed delimitation exercise as the greatest assault on India's federal structure. She argued population-based seat redistribution would unfairly penalize southern states that successfully implemented population control policies. Listen in.
I want to tell this House about a family in Tamil Nadu, a mother and a father, first generation literates. They had only 2 children, not 5, not 6, because they believed in family planning, because the government told them that was the right thing for the country, because they wanted their children to have a better life. That is the story of Tamil Nadu and the South Indian states. Today, Tamil Nadu's total fertility rate is 1.6, lower than France, lower than Australia, lower than United States, your friends. We have completed what the demographers call a demographic transition. Our population is stable. Our women are educated. By every measure of human development, Tamil Nadu is a success story the country has to be proud of. But what does this government say to that family in Tamil Nadu? It says, sorry, you made a wrong choice. You made a mistake by listening to us. You made a mistake by listening to this, because you cared about this country, because you put the country first. You have to suffer. We are going to reduce your representation. Uttar Pradesh's population has grown by 120% since 1971. Tamil Nadu's only by 15%. And contrary to what the Home Minister said yesterday, Clause 4 of the delimitation bill clearly states that the allocations of seats will be on the basis of the latest census figures. The Home Minister says one thing, the bill says another thing. Now, the latest available census is 2011. But again, according to the 2011 formula, UP gains 13 seats. Tamil Nadu loses 11 seats. But the Home Minister yesterday told us that by increasing 50%, Tamil Nadu will gain 39 seats and which has 39 seats, will gain 59. Sir, our ideological leader Periyar taught us, justice is not giving every person the same thing. Justice is giving every person what they need and what they deserve. But unfortunately, your government thinks what it needs and what it deserves is what the whole nation deserves and what the whole nation needs. Very well said. Other than this, let me state two critical legal issues present in the bill. The Constitution bill says that the delimitation will be based on such census as Parliament may by law determine. This is vague and leaves everything open. This literally means that whichever party has a majority in Parliament gets to decide which census it is used to draw the electoral map of this country. Today, you might choose 2011. Tomorrow, you can choose 31. And day after, it can be 1991. This shows a non-application of mind or a mind determined to push its own agenda on this country.
Congress MP Karti Chidambaram said the India bloc is opposed to linking women's reservation with delimitation. He described the delimitation framework as opaque and argued that reservation should be implemented independently without being tied to future seat redistribution.
We are very clear, the Congress party in the India bloc is very clear that they are going to vote against this. We are for women's reservation, but we are not for this women's reservation linked to delimitation, which is completely opaque.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin sharply questioned the urgency behind the delimitation push. He alleged the move appears driven by narrow political objectives rather than constitutional necessity. Stalin said the process resembles demoting those who perform well and promoting those who did not, suggesting population-based distribution unfairly penalizes southern states. He also argued there is no constitutional barrier to implementing 33% women's reservation within the existing Lok Sabha strength of 543 seats, calling women's empowerment a smokescreen. In this context, Stalin warned the exercise risks disturbing India's carefully balanced federal structure. He further stressed that delimitation is not merely arithmetic, but an exercise in constitutional statesmanship that must be guided by principle rather than politics. Let me now go across to the guests, and then perhaps we can talk about how the Gazette notification was issued late last night as well. Desh Deepak Verma, who is a constitutional expert and former Secretary General Rajya Sabha, Ashok K.M. Gowda, spokesperson BJP Satya Prakashji, Vice Chairperson and spokesperson KPCC, and Bhanuchandar Nagarajan, political analyst. First, my apologies. We had some breaking news, and therefore thank you so much, gentlemen, for your patience. Thank you indeed. Let's begin with the constitutional expert here, and I will ask him the relevant question, and that happens to be Mr. Desh Deepak Verma. Mr. Verma, namaskar. I want to ask you this, that, that the 131st Amendment, which was, which we all know about, it deleted that proviso, sir, which is a constitutional proviso under Article 82 that mandated the next delimitation exercise should wait for the first census conducted after the year 2026. Now, deletion of the proviso, adjusting of the proviso. I know that if they have, the Gazette notification came yesterday, they must have followed all the constitutional protocol, as it were. But how does one do that? How can you delete this proviso? Because that was incumbent. This entire process that we are seeing unfolding in front of our eyes was incumbent, that you carry out the census in 2027. Shri Verma.
I think you have asked a very, very relevant question, and I think the answer lies in that. Why the Nari Shakti, the act, which has been now linked to this delimitation act? Because if the act was, if the act is promulgated even today, because it is likely that this will not succeed in the Lok Sabha. So if it is done as per the delimitation, as per the section 81, 82, the southern states that we were listening to some of the speakers talking about, they will probably stand to lose, because it says that as the population, because obviously I think this is a very good argument that the states which have done well in terms of population control, in terms of being in sync with the national objectives, and why should they be penalized? So if this section 81-82, the proviso remained, and the amendment is not made, what will happen is that because of these provisions 81-82, when the act is promulgated without linking it to the Nari Shakti Adhiniyam, maybe that because of the proportion of the population, because that is what section 81-82 says, the state of South probably will stand to lose. So that, I presume, is the calculation which the central government must have done. And probably to mitigate that kind of apprehension, they were trying to make these amendments.
The word mitigate is very fine, but it doesn't seem like it. And I will go to somebody who can crunch numbers as well, apart from speak politics, and that is Bhanu Chandar Nagarajan. Bhanu, I want to ask you, yesterday the Home Minister, got up and said that this is a fallacy, it's a rumor. I mean, words to that effect. I'm not quoting him verbatim. And he said, your numbers are going to increase. Tamil Nadu from 39 to 59, correct? I mean, those are the numbers. Everyone is going to. Even Mr. Meghwal spoke about it, but the Prime Minister was quiet about it. I'm not saying he did it deliberately before everyone pounces on me. He did not speak about it at all. But what just now you heard Mr. Verma say, I'm saying that the entire exercise, the Amendment 131, was incumbent about delimitation. Now the point is, they say, don't worry, the numbers will increase. No one knows how. No one knows. It seems like some genie will come out of the bottle and say, here it is, abracadabra, your numbers have increased. Is it going to be based on population? If you do not give me geographical boundaries, how am I going to do it? Bhanu Chandar, take the floor and explore it, and maybe explode the myth that people have in their minds right now.
See, in the lead up to this session, many of the commentators and intellectuals were actually positing what was just mentioned by the previous commentator also, that there is going to be a disproportionate increase for the North Indian states and not so much for the South Indian states, and that created the whole controversy and all that. But on the floor of the House, the Home Minister and other Arjun Ram Meghwal, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, they have assured that that is not going to be the case, and there is going to be an equal increase of 50% for all states.
Arey, how, boss? I'm asking you, no, how? How is it possible? Do you know?
According to if you go by population, the number of seats for Uttar Pradesh has to increase from 80 to 138. Okay. And Tamil Nadu to go from 40 to 46, 39 to 46. Now, Tamil Nadu will get 59 is what I'm hearing. Okay, so I have also not, unless something comes out on paper, we have to rely on the statements that very responsible people, ministers and parliamentarians make in the parliament. We have no other recourse to, right? So I'm actually basing my comments on what responsible people have said in the floor of the House. So if somebody says it's going to increase by 50%, okay, because the number of seats is also going to proportionally increase by 50%, right? So if you do it for all states, then there's nothing to complain about.
Okay.
So that is where we stand right now.
Yeah. I thought you would, let me come to Satyaji. Satya, this 50% increase, where did this number come from, Satya? What is this 50% increase? It's across the board. Whether you're from Uttar Pradesh, I mean, I don't understand this at all. Since yesterday, my mind, I've read at least 21 articles on this, let me tell you. Everywhere, whether it's the Indian Express, the New Indian Express, Deccan Herald, everyone says it's happening. You say, how is it happening? Ganesha drank milk. How did he drink milk? We will tell you when we will tell you that it was all of ours. So, I mean, it almost reminds me of that story I did as a young reporter. Satya, 50% increase. Today, they are being very kind. Not that South Indian states need their kindness. We are part of this entire federal structure. But how is it going to happen? There is no method, Satya. That's the entire problem.
See, every speaker worth his salt in the parliament asks the same question.
Yes, sir.
How did you come to 815 and 35 seats for Union Territory? Then our great Bengaluru South MP, Mr. Tejasvi Surya, got up and invoked Article 81, subclause 2, and said that this Article 81 under subclause 2 gives this number.
Huh.
I went back to the Bare Act of Article 81 and subclause 2. Nowhere it says that. It says proportional increase as per the population. And when I went through that act, every parliamentarian today, most of the opposition parties, what they said is, if you were so sure that there is going to be 50% increase for all, you could have as well as mentioned it in the bill. Why didn't you not mention? See, the main problem today, I always repeat this. Statistics will not tell you absolute truth. If you give 50% across, I'll give a small example. Let us imagine Narayanappa earns 100 rupees.
Okay.
There is a 50% increase for him. He will earn 150 rupees.
Correct.
Let us come to Ambani. He earns 10 crores. 50% of 10 crores is 5 crores, 15 crores. This is the problem that we are facing. And I will give a solid example. The South seats will improve from 120 seats to 160 seats is what Amit Shah also is telling and is what everyone else is telling. So that means there will be an increase of, 60 seats. Now, if you take the major 5 North Indian states like Maharashtra, UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, their increase will go to nearly 330 seats. That means their increase will be 120 seats, while the South increase will be 60 seats.
Yeah, but then it has there is God lies in details. No, I mean it's also about how large is the state.
Last point. I will put the last point. If you go percentage wise, yes, the percentage wise increase is similar. But when you go to absolute numbers, the difference of 60 down south, only in UP and Bihar they can finish the whole south out. The whole south will be finished in just UP and Bihar.
Yeah, don't say that. No one will finish each other. I mean, this debate has actually created such a big divide within all of us. Somewhere I am scared about that also. That today this is what everywhere this is now being discussed. Ashok, let me bring you in, and thank you, Ashok, for patiently listening. I'm also going to ask you, because if you just apply logic, and I'm not talking to you as, an anchor, but someone from the south, we pay the taxes, we are the ones who pay the greatest taxes. Your state is a very, very progressive state. There are no two ways about it. It's not about BJP versus Congress versus JDS. Your state is a very progressive state, Ashok. You talk about Tamil Nadu, the development indices are fantastic. I'm going to say this loud and clear here. Right? Now, what happened was that it was meant that the women's reservation would be implemented only after the delimitation exercise carried out on the basis of the next census. 2021 did not happen because you and I were locked up due to COVID. Now you are going back to 2011? Are you kidding me? Even pandemic has altered the complexion of this country, I say. We'll come to the OBC and others later. Ashok Gowda, what is going on?
See, very simple, Sudhaji. Let's understand that the 42nd Amendment, which was brought by Indira Gandhi on 1st of November 1976, bulldozing the entire parliament, it clearly said, we will freeze the seats according to the Constitution of India. That is Article 81 bar subclass 2. It clearly freezed, stating that it will be maximum will be 543 henceforth till 2026. Now, in 2026, it also writes, the Amendment 42nd clearly writes that it should be, please remember, this is the word which has been used, it should be the new parliament seats. You can increase the number of seats as you feel it is suitable. For example, then the population for an MP was 10 lakhs. Now, according to the redrawn boundaries, which was done in 2001 and 2002, that reconstituted boundaries contained 26 lakhs or sometimes 8 lakhs. And there was some kind of a, whatever was done, then it was done. Now, it is an appropriate time to redraw within the state, for example, so that no state loses. I don't know how the presumption of the state, South Indian states losing. For example, let's keep it. 10 lakhs is what for an MP will be. According to the UP population as of today, which is around 26 crores, there will be 260 MPs in UP. And according to Karnataka, there will be 66 MPs because we are 6.6 crores. And according to Tamil Nadu, there will be 76 because they are 7.7 crores. Now, Central government decided that this is not the way to penalize the states because they have outperformed, including Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra, Telangana. Everybody has outperformed in terms of their entire thing, like not just fertility rate, everything they have outperformed. Keeping that in mind, they said that out of the total country, we will increase it by some percentage. What is that percentage? They have come up with a number called 33% total. We'll add 33% to 81/2. 81/2, when we add 33%, it is coming to whatever the number we have, and similarly to all the states.
All right, I'll go to Satya. But before that, Mr. Verma, wait, Mr. Verma is waiting for the longest time. Mr. Verma, I want to ask you one legal question, sir, that, we saw that how the centre formally brought the Women's Reservation Act of 2023 into force yesterday, that is 16th of April. It was a fresh notification, sir, which was issued by the Ministry of Law and Justice. A lot of legals are saying that their mind is boggling. Something which was in 2023, why has it been brought up now? Mr. Verma, you are a legal luminary. Judiciary does not differentiate. It does not care about politics. But what is with this? I mean, 2023, we all remember how President Murmu in 2023 had said that given assent to this. But suddenly to bring it and create it as a notification, is it because that other than that it would kind of be defunct, null and void, Mr. Verma?
I do not have a privy to access to the government's mind, at least now. But what I can say is that yes, this was a mistake. They should have done it much earlier, and probably they realized this mistake and tried to do this now. That is my understanding. But I would also like to make one more comment.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I agree that when the government was trying to link it with the delimitation, they should have done it more transparently, probably in a meeting with all the parties and explain to them this formula and this how they are going to do it. What they were probably trying to think that we will make amendments in the constitution, and through the schedule we will fix. You were asking a question, why, how it will be done. It will be done, probably be done through a schedule in which the number of seats for the various states would be allocated. And the schedule, when it is part of the constitution, it has the authority of the constitution. It is enforceable. And once that happens, probably it will be applicable. But yes, I grant that to you and to all other speakers in the panel, that it should have been done more transparently, probably would have been explained.
And also, once the commission is formed, ladies and gentlemen, what they do, you have to abide by that. It cannot be kind of questioned in any court of law. Bhanu Chandar, I saw you raise up your hand. Would you like to say, I had to come to you, after talking to others, then I'll go to Satya. But tell me what were you thinking?
Sorry, I was not getting your point of wanting to explain this number of 815. Okay, I think that's what you were asking perhaps. So assume the final number of seats is X, Sudha. Okay, so what should be X is what the discussion is, right? So X should be 543, what we have, plus 1/3 of X. Okay, so that you have a reservation for women. So if you solve this equation, X is equal to 543 plus 1/3 of X. Then you do the math, it will actually come to 50 increase of 50% of 543. That's what the basis of this mathematics
is. X is the question.
To approximately 816.
Yeah, 816 with plus minus of the UTs as well. I'm saying what is that X?
Yeah. So X is 816. So if you actually X is equal to 543 plus 1/3 of X. So if you bring the 1/3 of X to this side, it will become 2/3 of X is equal to 543. And X is equal to 3/2 of 543, which is 1.5. So it is 50% increase.
Yeah,
Satya, so it's a very straightforward math.
Satya, tomorrow we will all sit for math exam, so no one sleeps tonight. All of us will do maths tomorrow. But what is
1/3 of
Satya,
545? Because let me ask my friend only. What is 1/3 of 545, sir? Tell me roughly. 1/3 of 540.
1/3 of 540 is 181. Okay, so that is not the point.
181 plus 545
No,
is
no,
how much, sir?
no. 1/3 should be of the final number. No, but it's not 1/3 of 543. It should be 1/3 of 816, some other number. That's where you're making the mistake.
So how did that 816 come is my question. How did you come to that?
The size of the parliament. Is it according to the geographical space of the new parliament?
My thing says,
the current parliament has
I am getting a feeling.
Sir, 1 second, sir. The current parliament.
As soon as
Go ahead, Bhanu.
Modi
Satya, 1 minute. Satya, just a minute, please. Go ahead.
No, the current parliament has seats for 888 people, Sudha.
Right.
Okay, so the infrastructure is not the problem. Okay, so the number is like very simple. It appears like woozy when you explain it verbally. But when you actually read it, it's very simple, straightforward to standard mathematics. So it's like a 50%.
All right. If it is straightforward arithmetic, like Bhanuchandar Nagarajan says that it is fair, but the methodology is flawed, I am saying it because if I have doubts about it, I am a journalist. Maybe you understand it better. I don't hold a brief for any political party. My whole point is 2023, Gazette notification is given yesterday, which is 16th of April 2026. Then delimitation is married to women's reservation. You did have a commitment to women's reservation bill. Now suddenly, I want to ask also, are we, you talk about women's reservation, Satya Prakash, you are saying that we will do it 2027. What happens to those who are terribly marginalized? Like the OBCs. When you talk about this, you remember they said that it will be a kitty party. I remember a lot of men saying that in parliament. Per kitty, someone said, someone who has short hair. All these disparaging remarks were made. Satya Prakash, what happens to women who really deserve it? Where are they? Why are we not talking about it?
Give me uninterrupted time. Please don't come in between. I will tell you what is in the mind of BJP and Mr. Narendra Modi. Okay. And give me just 3 to 3.5 minutes or little less.
My God.
See, the plan of BJP is very clear. That they have a doubt that they will win 2029 elections. If 2026-27 census is done, the OBC figures will come out. OBC reservation till date was not given because exact census OBC figures were not known. Once OBC figures of the country is known, it is duty bound on the government to provide reservation for OBC. Even for men and even for women. And much so within the quota, sub-quota, women have to get it because the OBC women are as deprived as the SC/ST women. Today, every speaker worth his salt in the parliament asked for, why is there so much of hurry? Why should this happen only in the next 2 years? Why did you wait from 2023 to 2029? Why should we depend on a census figure which is 15 or 16 years old? Why not wait for another 1 year or 2 years? We waited for 75 years. The OBC have not got any reservation.
Right.
Let it start with OBC women at least
to
start with.
Yeah.
And this is what Mr. Modi is planning is lot of politics will be played in the delimitation, how they do delimitation. And it will be an axe on minority and Dalits of this country.
We will know in a short while when the voting begins. Ashok Gowda, you've risen your hand. Don't forget Ashok Gowda. I'm only talking facts here. When Mallikarjun Kharge ji said, we can wait. Why don't you do it now, 2024, 2023 or 2024? The ruling party said, no, we'll get it done after, the census is over. Suddenly they changed their minds. See, this is that's why you see ghosts all around you. And the ghost is now real, is upon us now. Ashok Gowda, go ahead.
First thing is Satya Prakash is doing the crocodile tears here. The point is very simple. When Kaka Kelekar committee and BP Mandal committee clearly said, all women, please remember this, all women, including the upper caste women or the lower caste women, all should be considered under one category called OBC. And they deserve to be under the reservation category. That is what was said by Kaka Kelekar as well as BP Mandal. In fact, both the committee reports were thrown to dustbin by the Congress party. It was the Janata Party of Janata Dala government which honored it. First point number 1, which supported by BJP. Point number 2. Now, when we are doing for all women, as said by the committee reports, please understand everybody are going to be benefited. Not just only few women. and whoever deserves definitely will be in the parliament or in the assembly.
Yeah, we will wait and watch.
Let us keep that
no,
apart.
no, it's not about that apart. Why do you, all of you have a preamble.
Sudhaji, you gave uninterrupted time to Satya.
This is what I get stuck in this. Both of you, BJP.
3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Not 3 minutes, 30 seconds only. See, point is
3
very
minutes.
simple. You are all speaking about the timing. Let me tell you, it was mandated by Mrs. Indira Gandhi in 1976 to increase the seats in 2000.
But it was mandated that the delimitation will be done after the... Sir, even I have to shout, I never shout.
We are doing it the same way.
No, where is census, sir? Where is census, sir? 2027?
There is census.
You talk about mandate.
There is a census.
It doesn't work one way, Ashok Gowda. Tali do haath se bajti hai.
Not mandate the census to be linked to the seat increase.
I don't know. I'll give it to Mr. Verma. No, wait a minute. All of you, Mr. Verma, come in. Mr. Verma, he is someone who... Mr. Verma ji.
Prime Minister of India then.
Mr. Verma, आप बताइए. Mr. Verma, wait.
Why didn't you insert that this thing that you will do it after the census? You tell me.
Mr. Verma, Mr. Verma, isn't it mandated, sir? Mr. Verma on the screen, please. Otherwise, I will have only politics talking about it. Mr. Verma is someone who's from the legal side. Mr. Verma, Shri Gowda spoke about mandated 1971, Mrs. Gandhi, all that. But
76.
Mr. Var 76, okay. Mr. Gowda, Mr. Verma, here also it was mandated 131 amendment that we do it after the census. Haven't they broken that so-called mandate, sir? I have, with due respect, I'm not saying that you can break it like it's some kind of, some kind of jugglery, but I'm asking you, wasn't that mandated, sir? Wo mandate kahan gaya ab?
No, you see, when there is a contradiction or some discrepancy between the mandate earlier taken and the objectives that you are trying to achieve, and there is a mismatch, then that's why there is a provision for amendment in the Constitution. So there is a provision of the amendment in the Constitution, and they wanted to invoke this. So to be fair to the government, like I'm also now out of the government, so with no political party, but to be fair to them, and I've already said that they should have made it more transparent, they should have discussed it beforehand, and they should have brought it to the notice of the people what exactly is the formula. But they are within the rights if they are trying to make the amendment in the Act just to achieve what is desirable. And the desirable, in my mind, is the same. The one that there should not be any disproportionate increase in the share of one state, and the other that the states which have done well in terms of population control, in terms of being in sync with the national priorities, should not be penalized. So I think that must be granted.
I want to ask a question to the honorable guest there. That they can do after the census and everything, delimitation can be done similarly afterwards also, no? Sir, they can do that afterwards also, no? All what they're trying to push it to the 29 election, once post the census, they can do the same thing.
Mr. Verma, that question is for you, sir. Please take it.
Well, yes, that's an argument. I agree with that's an argument. But what I'm saying is that why they were trying to link it with the Delimitation Act, because they wanted to achieve both the objectives in one go. That's my apprehension. That's how the bureaucracy sometimes thinks and acts. And in that
means to my way or highway, to have your way, you're going to do away with the census, for which we will be spending thousands of crores, and you will have right data. You can give reservation to OBC women.
Yeah. Bhanu Chandar, I want to ask you, we've already finished it in Bihar. Telangana also, we have the OBC figures. They are 4 times backward than the general category. That's the truth today. That's where we are sitting today, Bhanu Chandar. This nation, which just celebrated B.R. Ambedkar's birthday a couple of days ago, there is no affirmative action for them. Forget about all that. I want to ask you, Bhanu Chandar, what harm would have it done if we went for 2027, Bhanu? Because it takes that much of time to complete it. We are a big nation. You have to do due diligence. What is the hurry? What is the hurry?
Sudha,
go ahead. Go ahead, Manu.
Sorry, Sudha, there was a bit of a breakage. Okay, so see, let's actually look back a bit. Okay, so India was one of the most progressive countries which gave women the right to vote as soon as the first election, right? Like in the US, it came in the 1920s, much later.
Right.
So, but if you look back at it, India's economic reform started in 1991, right? Had there been a women's reservation from the 1990s, okay, looking back with the benefit of hindsight, there would have been a more equitable development of women. So the women's reservations, it is late by 30 years already. So if the 2023 bill was actually was all that was, then the first implementation of that would be in 2034, which is 8 years from now. So I think we are just getting delayed, and no harm comes out of passing this bill. If there is if there's going to be a new delimitation based on the census, we can do it in 2034. So I really don't understand why people are taking that issue up. So if there is going to be women's reservation, there is going to be a delimitation. Okay, you can't escape that. So I really don't understand why the Congress spokesperson says that we can do it later. Because if we do it later, we are waiting for another 8 years. You're delaying justice to women that was due for last 30 years at least. So I think we should keep that in mind. The only point.
We have completely run out of time. We do.
30 seconds.
You will.
Again. Equality is not equal to equity. We are looking at equity. You are in a hurry. But what about OBC women? Please listen to me. What about women?
All right, I've completely run out of time. It's not about politics.
No, it is a propaganda.
Otherwise, it will become a kitty party of Brahmins, Baniyas, Kshatriyas. But what about women? When will you find that shepherd woman in the parliament? We were in the parliament. Where you will find the cowherd woman in the parliament? At the moment,
you're seeing all OBC women on your screen right now. You're seeing OBC women on your screen right now already.
It's finally, I've completely run out of time. Finally, yes, women need reservation, but it's not as if anyone, no one is doing us a favor. I mean, particularly the politicians. You cannot give us reservation in a hurried fashion. You cannot tell me that I'm giving you this as a favor. It is owed to the women. That's what I will say. And let them get that method proper. Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for joining us on this broadcast. Thank you indeed. And with that, it's a wrap of the South Indian. Thank you so much for watching. Namaskaram.
कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं, बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
After a blockbuster first season, where corporate giants and industry leaders rule the court, TV9 Network presents the ultimate corporate badminton championship season 2. A battle of skill, speed and supremacy with a massive 5 lakh rupee prize pool across categories at Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy, Gachibowli, Hyderabad from the 15th to the 17th May 2026. The court is set. Let the battles begin. Catch the action only on TV9 Network. To register, log on to www.tv9x.com.
Associate sponsor KL deemed to be University. Venue partner Pulela Gopichand Badminton Academy.
Why has Iran stopped the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz?
They want to attack us, they want to target us, so we have to defend ourselves.
They are punishing countries outside the region as well, like India, and like countries in South and East Asia. This is completely unacceptable.
But it amounts more to harassment than anything else. The big problem that they've created now is the closure of the strait.
Ultimately, the main purpose of this exercise is, frankly, to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
We have to watch them carefully and closely as Israelis, but we have also to be patient and understand this is the nature of negotiations when it comes to Iran.
But even with a temporary pause, both are looking for deliverables for their political constituency.
Whenever they've got involved in a war on behalf of somebody else, there isn't been just an altruistic purpose. They've been involved in it for their own purpose as well.
How is it that this emotion, which is, you can't quantify it, right? This is just an emotion, this is just a feeling. How do you think this has been passed on? Because so many things invariably don't get passed on from generation to generations, isn't it? Especially when it comes to the way people feel about things.
I feel it is also about the fact that India's relationship with jewelry is very long-standing. It is an integral part of our culture.
But that's more to do with gold.
Gold as well. India is the birthplace of diamonds.
Fair enough, okay.
So Golconda, the mines were in Telangana. So I think inherently we understand value. We understand the preciousness of jewelry. And that's what really builds on this whole emotional connect.
Okay, and when I say across the board this emotional connect with natural diamonds, I meant both, not just different generations, but both genders as well. All genders, in fact. Men, women, and all genders in between. So are you seeing then diamonds becoming more and more gender neutral going forward?
I do see, and it's very encouraging to see men also upping their style quotient with diamonds. If you look at the cricketers of current day, you have so many cricketers sporting like massive natural diamond studs. Abhishek Sharma wearing a tennis neckline around his neck. So there is a lot of style which actually is coming into men where they are sporting the diamonds.
This is India's #1 news network, and you're watching News9, English news as it should be.
Hello there, thanks for tuning in to your favorite news destination. I'm Kabir Naqvi. The top headlines we're tracking for you on your screens first. Union Home Minister Amit Shah to shortly address the lower house of the parliament, the Lok Sabha, on the women's reservation bill and the delimitation bill debate shortly from now. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Meanwhile, trouble mounts for leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi. The Allahabad High Court orders an FIR against Rahul Gandhi, this in the dual citizenship case. Earlier in the day, during his speech, Rahul Gandhi slammed the centre over the delimitation bill, says the government is attempting to rejig India's political map. Sharp political exchange erupts over Rahul Gandhi's speech in the Lok Sabha. The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh demands an apology from the leader of opposition for remarks targeting the Prime Minister. The NHRC wades into Nashik TCS conversion case, seeks FIR details and posh compliance report from the company and tech giant. The top of this news wheel, in a significant legal development, let's tell you all about it. The Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court has directed that an FIR be registered against leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi. This is in connection with the allegations related to dual citizenship. The order was passed by Justice Subhash Vidyarthi whilst hearing a petition that raised questions over Rahul Gandhi's citizenship status. And the court has now asked authorities to register an FIR and proceed with an investigation into the allegations. Further legal action will depend, of course, on the findings of that probe. And the case, it particularly stems from a petition filed before the High Court alleging that Rahul Gandhi may have held dual citizenship, which is not permitted under the Indian law. Now, following hearings in the matter, the court issued directions for the police to formally register the case against the leader of opposition in this very matter. Trouble mounting for Rahul Gandhi. An FIR that's been ordered against the leader of opposition in the dual citizenship case. Earlier in the day, Rahul Gandhi slammed the centre on allegations of rejigging the political map of the country. And shortly after his speech, breaking developments, as an FIR has now been ordered by the Lucknow bench of the Allahabad High Court in the dual citizenship case against Rahul Gandhi. A fresh political storm, even as the lower house of the parliament continues to debate the Nari quota, the delimitation debate that's on. And even as this trouble mounts for the leader of opposition, a fresh political storm that erupted in the parliament as Rahul Gandhi launched a sharp attack on the government over the women's reservation bill, the Nari quota and the delimitation linkage to the delimitation rather. And Rahul Gandhi argued that the proposed measure is not genuinely about women's empowerment, but is instead aimed at reshaping India's electoral landscape. The leader of opposition warned that the move could sideline crucial issues of representation, particularly of OBCs, of Dalits and the marginalized communities, by bypassing the caste census framework. Raising serious federal concern, Rahul Gandhi alleged that delimitation could lead to a reduction in representation for the southern, the northeastern and the smaller states. He claimed that the exercise was driven by political considerations rather than constitutional principles. And the leader of opposition further cautioned that such a move could alter the balance of power across states, intensifying the political battle over representation, over federalism and electoral fairness as the debate over the bill continues to deepen in the parliament. The voting is going to take place soon enough as well, before the Union Home Minister addresses the parliament as well. But Rahul Gandhi also caused a political storm after he referred to the Prime Minister as a magician during the debate. Of course, facing flack from the Treasury benches, triggering sharp protests from the other side and prompting intervention from the chair as well. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla expressed strong objection to the language used and ordered that the contentious and the continuous reference be expunged from the House records.
This is not a women's bill. This is nothing to do with the empowerment of women. There is a women's bill. It was passed in 2023 in this house itself. And my friends and teachers in the BJP said that it will be implemented in 10 years' time. That is the women's bill. This is an attempt to change the electoral map of India. Houses don't have castes. The point is not whether houses have castes or don't have castes. The point is whether the caste census is going to be used for representation in Parliament, Vidhan Sabha, Lok Sabha. And what you're trying to do now is trying to make sure that caste census has nothing to do with representation for the next 10 years, 15 years, so that you can kick the ball down the street. What you're doing, because you're scared of what is happening in the politics of this country, you're scared of the erosion of your strength, you're trying to rejig the Indian political map. You have done it in Assam, you've done it in Jammu and Kashmir, and now you're imagining that you can do it in India. And you need a constitutional amendment to do that. Now let me explain what you are doing. You are telling the South Indian states, you are telling the northeastern states, you are telling small